Paper's here.
Pressing the button. Yeah.
I have enough confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance to show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
And we are live. Welcome everybody. This is Euclid night, and sort of mid surveyor month or whatever. We're going over. We've had a chance to go over something that, well, that's what we've been all about. Really, is about this thing that we're doing right now. Bridge of Asses. It incorporates just about everything that we do here, with the trying to think about stuff, overcome problems, and incorporate geometry into it in a nice, neat little way. And tonight is the well, the follow-on from the Bridge of Asses that we did yesterday. The Bridge of Asses is a concept of a sort of a puzzle that may be a hard puzzle for the inexperienced, and not even a puzzle at all to the experienced. So tonight we go over an example of a bridge of asses, but this is the link to geometry, where this originally, the link to geometry is this about this one proposition within geometry, and that is I don't know, it's working out why it's a problem first. That's step one within this little challenge, and to work out why Euclid did this. Because when you look into some of the reasons Euclid laid certain things out, there's little I don't know what you call them, little Easter eggs. As I'd say a little fuck you to the Globers, or not say the Globers, but the people that want to obfuscate the sophists. Just these little steps. So let me see if I can find the picture. Let's see where I put it. I don't know where I put it. I can get it on the screen. Let me just see if I've got it in Euclid. I know I've seen it just recently. Oh, it must have been on my phone. Right, so the idea is that Euclid's fifth proposition, now this isn't the fifth postulate, this is the fifth proposition. It's being a proposition. You've gone through the definitions, the axioms, and then you start, you use those definitions and axioms to start building proofs within geometry. So the first one is to show equals, and you make a equilateral triangle. And you progress on from there into I'm gonna have to take a picture of it. Has anyone got the fifth proposition? That we get a good one for demonstration, for visuals, for anybody to look at. I can't, literally, it's disappeared.
Yeah, I'm gonna check if mine is good for demonstration purposes.
I literally just had it earlier.
There you go, Bev. Is that it?
That's the one, yeah. Right, okay. Yeah, that doesn't really say what the first bit is it? What, you know, like what the state of the, you know, what the actual proposition states, because that's what we're after.
Yeah, I've got it in mine. I'm screenshot it.
So it says the angles at the base of an isosceles triangle are equal to one another. And if the equal sides be produced, the angles on the other side of the base shall be equal to one another. equals. I think it's teaching you equals. There you go. So this. Oh, let me turn that off. Boom there. So the angles at the base of an isosceles triangle. Now, an isosceles triangle is just a triangle that has two sides equal. A very symmetrical triangle. So the isosceles triangle, the angles at the base of an isosceles triangle are equal to one another. And if the equal sides be produced, the angles upon the side of the base shall be equal. And here's their picture of how they do it. So it's just saying that the angle at B and the angle at C are equal. And if you extend the lines, the sides equally, then all of these angles will always be equal at the base. Now, this is called the bridge of asses, as we went over last night. What could possibly be the stumbling block? That allows you to do this? Does anyone know what the difficult part is, or the problem to the inexperienced? Cleary came in this morning and said, I can't see the problem.
Yeah, I can't see the problem. I'm with Cleary.
Yeah.
That's because there is no problem.
Well, there is, because it's. I mean, this is.
This is the bridge of asses.
This is it. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what they all point to. Is this
Yeah.
proposition?
Well, I'd not heard of it before. You know, you guys, we brought it up, and it's not something I'd heard of before. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. It's also step by step, right, Bev, through this proposition. So you end up with that diagram that's shown there, but it's produced step by step, right? You start with the isosceles triangle, ABC, and then you produce it. You produce those lines out to is it AD? I think it is. ABD would be one line, and ACE would be the other line.
Yep. Yeah, you
produce
just
those
extend
out.
it.
Yeah, you extend those out, which I don't think is the stumbling block. I'm not sure, but I don't think that's the stumbling block.
No.
And then, right? So it must be further on from there. Maybe we have to go through the proposition to find out.
Well, it literally is. It's just saying that if you extend that line from AB, like to F, so B to F would have to be equal to C to G. Right? But I think it's within the pattern that he's making there, right? Because quite cleverly, he doesn't because this is remember, this is a mathematical geometric proof, right? So it's not good enough to just say it does, right? It's not obvious, right? That if you extend that line, those angles will always be the same because it's isosceles triangle, right? This is go on.
I don't get what you're trying to convey by that.
Well, can you see that drawing there, right?
Yeah.
Within now, this is something that happens in reality, right? Daily. To all of us. This is what you see through the crosshairs of a scope. When you look at the stadia hairs on a scope, those are the representation of these lines that go out. So the angles are always equal. But what he didn't do, if you look at that picture, he's got A, B, C as a triangle. Okay. Now, the angles, let me see if I have drawn this, so I've got it on the board. And it's like this is a slightly better one that might be a little bit easier to see. So you've got without putting letters and all of that on them, but at the top you've got those two lines that are equal and the two purple lines that are equal. Now, by extending those lines out further, you can make
the blue one.
Well, you just make the purple ones longer, but all of the red angles are also equal because they're at the base of an isosceles. Now you
By
can
extension, yeah.
Pardon?
By extension, yeah.
But what he hasn't done is he didn't make another triangle the same shape, did he? He didn't make another triangle at the base there to show that the base of the triangle's angles are the same. Can you think why he didn't do that? You know, to make the proof a little bit simpler. Rather than...
It would be tautology, I think. That's why.
Well, that line at the bottom, if he was to put another line across the bottom, what would that have in common with the other line?
Can I say?
The base of the triangle.
Which one are we talking about first?
So
the green
so
line or the...
Can I just 2 seconds, right? So D and E.
Oh, okay. If you put a line there, which you didn't do,
is
what Bev's saying. Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah, sorry. I'll put it back up here. Well, or from F to G.
Or F to G.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I gotcha.
Right, so if you put a line, if providing they're always equal, from D to E, F to G, well, what would that have? What would all of those lines have in common?
Go spot on. You were gonna say.
No, you can say it.
No, you go say it. You say it.
You guys say it. He's already said it.
They're parallel. Those lines.
They would, right. They would be parallel, but Euclid, the group of people, want to keep away from triggering people, right? They want to do their proofs and give the proofs of whatever they're doing in order to show the angles are equal, but keep away from that. Because he doesn't bring it in, does he? Until far later on. That's where the bone of contention is later on, whenever the parallel postulate, as they call it, gets used.
Otherwise, he'd be introduced in parallel lines before he'd introduce them.
Yeah.
Or we'd have to introduce them.
We would have to put it in here, right, to say that he's using the parallel postulate within this to prove this when it's not needed. Although he's using triangles and all of that, he's not actually needed for him to use what they call the parallel postulate, but it's not. It's just that triangles are made on either side of the line where they intersect. Which this also has within it, right? But since he's just started at the beginning of Euclid, right? And he's dealing with equals. This is still keeping in track with the equals. Now, again, where's the problem? Why is this a stumbling block for people to get into geometry? Right? Why do people need to say that this is a problem? As though it has to be accepted, or there's some people with the mind that can't grasp whatever this is. We've been doing a fair bit of work on this. Let me see if we can get any more. And it has been in our sites for quite a bit. Always whenever you need this stuff. Should be under Stadia. Right. So I'll have to have a quick look. Stadia hairs. Within surveying. Mm-hmm. Oh. Right. Well, here it is. Here's a...
It just they can't wrap my head around that, and how you relate it to the Bridge of Asses, and what is it a problem or is it not a problem?
I don't know. Can you see a problem in it? Because I mean, we're all looking for a problem, right?
That's the point. Yeah.
There's got to be a problem somewhere in it, right? This is supposedly the stumbling block for people to be able to get into geometry. You see that? That's a picture of how the optics work in scopes, and you can work for distance because of the relationship of those angles within the stadia hairs for distance. Now, that requires those uprights, the base angles of that thing, that tool, to be equal. The sides, it requires the sides of the isosceles triangle to be equal.
Right. The isosceles triangle being the one that's depicted there on its side, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Coming out of the lens of the tool.
Yep.
Okay.
The stadia hairs are just in the optics, but what you're seeing is the image of the measurements on the rod.
Right.
Now,
and
this
A1,
is all
A1
list principles.
Yeah, so I just want to understand. So A1 has to equal A2 is what you're saying, right? Okay.
Yeah, within well, I mean, they always have to be equal whenever you're dealing with it, because that's what you're, you know, if you're going to use the principles of this particular process and the geometry and the proofs that are within the geometry, then you have to understand that this base angle here is always going to be the same. So therefore, the proportions that you're dealing with will be usable
Right.
within the size of the base of that particular triangle.
Put on, Bev. That picture, mate, is showing a different angle on the bottom than the top
Hmm.
on the picture you put up.
Yeah, alpha 1, alpha 2.
That's tachyometric.
That-
Yeah, I know. I've got another one, but I mean that's the principle of the stadia hair is exactly that, isn't it? Those are the things that you're looking for within.
But they're equal distance from the
Yeah,
horizontal crosshair, yeah?
yeah. I'm looking for the old picture that I had, and that was the
Yeah,
best
that's
I
all
could
right, mate. I just
find
thought I'd point out 'cause it could confuse someone that
Yeah.
good, couldn't it? That's all. So I thought I'd point out. I barely could see it, and I was thinking that's a bigger, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I
That's
mean,
all
it
right.
doesn't
I'm
say
saying
that it's
you
any
lost
different.
the other one.
You know.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Maybe
Oh,
it's
here we
just my
go.
eye
Here
in
we
it.
go. That's better.
The freaky's eye in it.
There you go. The principle of the stadia method.
Oh, there you go.
That's the one. Found it. Stadia method is based on the principle that the ratio of the perpendicular to the base is constant in similar isosceles triangles. This is the fifth proposition in reality, but using, dare I say it, parallel.
Extended.
They're parallel, aren't they?
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
They have to be parallel in order for this to work.
Vertical.
Well, just
I thought you were gonna say
don't
extended straight
say
line,
that. Just
but-
parallel will do for now, right? Within this is a geometric proof. In order for us to translate what the principle of the stadia method is. And this is stadiometric range finding in every optical device. Stadia hairs. For range finding.
Ratio dependent.
So that's one use, in practical use, for this particular proposition within Euclid. It's a basic law of, well, law. It's obviously a proof that it is always true.
It's perfect, yeah.
Yeah.
As
Wow.
long as you use the tool with the right distance,
Where's the
correct
line here?
distances, obviously.
So I just want to make sure I understand that the extreme right hand line AB, the middle one A1 and AB, A1 and B1,
Mm-hmm.
and A2 and B2 are all parallel.
Yeah.
And have to be parallel.
Yeah. Otherwise,
For
you
this to
wouldn't
work.
have equal. It wouldn't be equal isosceles triangles, would it?
No, it would not.
The ratio of the perpendicular to the base is constant in similar isosceles triangles. The perpendicular.
And it also refers to Thales' theorem about proportionality of
Mhm.
when you cut angle with parallel lines. You will have same ratio of the sides of this created triangle. So there is it will be proportion between two sides of this angle also. But it is loosely connected with that. But it is.
Angles of a base of an isosceles triangle are equal to one another. And if the equal sides be produced, the angles upon the other sides of the base shall be equal. Well, with the triangle, because they're similar, it's the same one angle, then the other two are always jointed. When you have a triangle, any triangle, if you keep the base parallel, then the angles are always the same, no matter what. But what
and the distance between them.
yeah, what Euclid does with showing that you don't show that all of the triangles are just similar. You show that the angles that always occur because of this relationship, no matter what size the angle is, right? Providing you keep it all equal, the angles will always be equal.
No numbers
Yeah.
needed.
Either side. 1, 2, 1, 2.
And
Now-
proportions between sides will also be contained or preserved.
Mhm. So again, where's the problem? Other than
Trying to think, well, if there is a problem.
if you
I don't see a
already
Solve the problem,
foresee
thinking the problem.
a problem. Could you? Could anybody foresee? Let's put our 33 caps on, right? Now we're in an age of, I don't know, when we're gonna say about mid 1800s or something. We're writing some stuff about logic, you know, just about preparing for this new modern era where we're gonna throw out all of the self-evident axioms and shit. Now, can anyone see a problem with this?
We're about to get rid of the fifth also. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like we're laying the groundwork for that, aren't we?
Uh-huh.
You know, just sort of nice, subtly. Yeah, there's a problem.
Yeah, there's the fifth as well. You know, like why not confuse it with that as well?
Mm.
And wherever you type it in on the internet, it seems to come up with a postulate, not a proposition.
Yeah. So it was always said, right, that Euclid went about this a really weird way, and it was a bit confusing, and people found it awkward the way he did it, and you know, like it just didn't fit. But it's obvious he just didn't want to trigger people. He wanted to make sure, or they wanted to make sure, that the job's done without people moaning and whinging about certain things.
Well, it's the most logical method of doing it.
If you're trying to get from A to B in your journey, right, then the only reason this is a bridge of asses is because you put a troll there. There's no troll there, but you have to think really hard how you managed to put a troll there. You're looking at it. That on screen.
This reminds me of the fifth. Exactly.
Yeah, but it's not, is it? Do you know
No,
what it
Not
is?
switch.
Do you know what this is on screen here?
I think they're trying to get rid of a parallel. Could
This,
that be it?
you know, you're looking at the Dornagon.
Yeah, that's exactly what I
Okay.
was thinking about a minute ago.
Yeah.
I was like, this is the straight line, isn't it?
You are literally looking at the Dornagon. Which
Hey,
is...
you lost me.
Right, well then.
I'm on the bridge of asses now.
Yeah. Okie dokie.
Straight only locally. Is that what you're getting at?
Most people are. This is where everybody starts off, right? This is Elenchus and the journey that we've been on. People have never really asked the questions, right? So it starts off with a water level. I don't know whether to pop it down to let Ruhif let us explain how you turn a straight line into a bridge of asses or a bridge of the model affliction, right?
You make it local.
Because this, what you're looking at there is a straight line. But that's what happens in the mind of somebody that builds bridges. Or somebody who's got a parallelism. This is one of the best tricks that we ever did. Well, that anybody's ever done. For anyone. That is a straight line. That.
So I don't. How is it a straight line? I'm not seeing it. I'm just not getting it.
Should I break
Could
it
be
down?
just me.
I'm on the
Are you still in the principle of stadium?
Stadia.
Yeah, we can see what you're doing in Discord, only on YouTube.
But is it a
Oh, right,
finite
okay,
straight
you can't
line?
see which screen I've got
No?
on what.
Can you've got? Can I just say, yeah, you've got the on the screen. You're looking at it with the isosceles triangle, and you're looking at it vertically, as you would a Stadia hair. Well, flip it 90 degrees so it's horizontal. You know, like so you're.
I will explain in a moment.
Oh, sorry, Bev.
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. I'll get on the. I'll get it on
I
the board
shouldn't
so
have even
everybody can
bothered.
see. No, it's yeah. That's your webcam. Okay. Right.
I like it because I'm about to have a light bulb moment, and I'm anticipating it.
Nice. Well, remember a bit ago we did the concept of the water level test.
Yes.
Well, exactly what me and Spot On went through, right? Is
Yes.
You've got to work out how it goes, right? Now, so this is the concept of how it starts. Video, right? Can you guys see that? Let's just switch me light on, I think.
Yep.
You guys can see it. Right.
Oh.
Right, how's that? Can you hear me? Can I hear you?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, good. Right. So.
But I'm looking at a board that is zoomed right in. Is everyone
it?
else's getting as an image? Or is that just my phone?
See?
Yeah, if you flip your
Oh,
phone.
that's
on
cool.
the side.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh,
Yep.
shit. Yeah, it is that. I got to rotate the screen.
Right.
My fault.
So what you've got to imagine here is like we're working on two different scales. This scale, realistic scale, 1-to-1. This scale, from here to here, we're calling this bit, let's say, 2 miles. From here to here, I'll put these in. So you've got from A to B, that's 2 miles. Talking along this straight line here, not any of these other ones.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So from here to here, 1/2 mile, here to here, 1/2 mile, here to here, 1/2 mile, right? All the way along. Right?
Yep.
So we start off here and here. We've got a water level. Just the water level 2. Boom. So what we do is we put the water level there and we put the water level there. Get a straight line all the way across. Now, what do they say happens in the centre?
It raises it. The water would be raised if you put a tube in the middle. They say.
Okay, 2 inches. Real scale. So that's that line there. There's a nice slope line. And then from this side, you've got a slope. So you've got your nice little hump here.
Yep.
Then...
Pretty sagittar.
Yeah, but then if you extend the line from here another 1/2 mile this way, then your water level comes down here.
Right.
So that's like an extra drop. Same as over here. Works the same both ways. And you can keep doing that all the way around with the water level. If you just keep doing it, according to them, this goes. But if you keep the water level at one position, then this angle gets even steeper every time. This is a 2-inch, and then there's another 6-inch. It's not quite in proportion, but you get the idea. That this shape here is the Dornagon.
Oh, now I
disco
see
ball. The disco ball.
Disco ball. Yeah.
Locally
Now
straight.
I see it.
Yeah.
This is what happens. This is what you have if you have a horizontal, but if you have the movement of the drop in a quadratic function, then this is where it all comes from. This is how you get the geometry of the squared function. It's all triangles. And it's all these straight lines. There is never any measured curvature. From point to point, this is the sort of shape that you would end up with. Now, if you have an idea that your horizontal, like, is a straight line, then you just stay on this straight line. But if you have
like
a model...
the one that goes down better.
Yeah.
I want that one.
Well, it only goes up in the middle from each one. If you've got this bit here, look, it's like this line here has got a bit up there. So there's always an up bit in the middle of a straight.
Right.
Which is impossible.
His globe.
It's impossible for you to have this even line of even altitude and then start sloping it. So this shape is the conceptual shape that you build in your mind once you start relating this straight line with a water level and a model.
Nicely done. Yep.
So
Local straight.
For that reason, this becomes a bridge of asses. But who are the asses? And what's it going on about? If anybody else can think of any other reason why this is, unless you want to go back to the, the syllogistic form where you're building tables and all of these sort of lines with different passages through the, to end up at your conclusion. Other than that, this is it's a proof, but it's easily provable with the use of a stadia hairs within an optical instrument for stadiometric range finding. It wouldn't work without the principle that this employs, this geometric concept.
Right, the geometric concept without the, what are they, yellow? I can't see the color. The yellow lines on the outside that make the Donegon.
Yeah,
just the regular.
Well, yeah, but all of these sort of triangles are all generated from these principles of this.
Right, because those lines could be extended.
Yeah.
So if you put all the letters in there, I know you don't have the letters in there, but if you put all the letters in there, you were just extending lines from A to diagonally to the right, which I think, did he have as G, I think, or B? I can't remember in the diagram in Euclid.
Yeah, well,
you just extended it out further.
The point of this is when with the isosceles triangle, right? There. Always line perpendicular drop down because a triangle is half base times height, right?
Yep.
Well, here you go. Here's a perfect example of half the base times the height. Right, that is the height always. That right angle there is the half the base times the height, and an isosceles triangle gives you that right angle there as a drop down from the perpendicular, straight down.
Yeah.
It's one of the base sort of, it's like, you know, because Euclid's working through equals, then it's obvious why he's using equals as within an isosceles, because of that right angle there. That's what it's all about. The geometry and everything is all because of this function here. But also the equals, all right angles are equal. You know, the sides are equal. These two sides here on this side are equal also, which makes this shared straight of the equals of this triangle also.
Right, yeah.
Equals, right? As long as you've got one, you can then compare it to the other.
That's cool.
Yeah. Basic concepts of geometry.
I still don't see why it's a bridge of. Well, I mean, I if we attribute it to a certain group of people, I see why it could be a stumbling block. But didn't somewhere say that the Bridge of Asses became the Bridge of Asses in like the Middle Ages or something, or the 1600s?
Yeah, because of this syllogistic form of how you make the 19 different paths from the premise 1 to premise 2 conclusion or whatever, you know, with those A, I, O, E, all those.
Yeah. I remember that.
So that's the 19 different paths from one to the other, and like, to be honest, I don't get that either. But like you would form these line shapes, wouldn't you, within that? And maybe if they were making kids do that with, this is the geometry. All right, I get that. Yeah, I get that. But what about if we start putting the syllogisms and the 19 different forms? Like, well,
yeah,
in that case, I can't see the point in doing that. What are you doing that for?
Yeah, right.
But again, I don't know. I can't.
Unless you're tying logic to geometry.
Yeah. Well, see, that one of these things as well, because this relationship that we just said about these triangles also extends indefinitely, right? Or if the lines and sides are equal, then the angles will be equal.
Yes.
Now, can you see that being a problem for anyone?
Definitely.
Yeah. Larry Scott told my son, that triangles gain more angles when they get bigger. Well, that doesn't allow for it, does it?
No, it doesn't. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. So
with this proposition, why didn't they change this? That's an interesting concept. Now, why didn't they mess around with this proposition? It's in my book from very recently, even.
Yeah. Well, they could obfuscate these sort of things differently, right? They just confuse people with this. Well, but any triangle would always have 180 degrees, right?
Yeah.
So this would be this would be a problem for some people.
Yeah, for sure.
But none more so than the bridge in your mind that you make whenever you associate.
What's their beef?
Go on.
What's their beef with this?
I don't know. You like it again? I've never found who's the geometers around here? Who are they? I mean, there's no real. We're just talking about it. This is looks like basic concepts, doesn't it? I mean, we are only proposition 5 in Euclid. We have gone over definitions and things, probably more than most people would. So we are pretty experienced within this, and there doesn't look like there's a problem within the geometry there for me to cause a stumbling block at all. I'd have walked straight past that, not even knowing it's a bridge.
Could it be the hump that they're have an issue with?
That's the hump that they're going to generate. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, and that's also the point where you get the double drop in both directions.
On the other side, they have it.
Yeah,
Right.
from the
As soon as
side
you
towards
extend
the
it, yeah.
center, yeah.
Yep. As soon as you
I
extend it,
saw
you get
that
the
right
double.
away. Yeah.
Yeah. How ironic is it, right? That we've
Yeah.
been talking about something that has been brought up because of a troll conversation.
Yeah, that top triangle is the hump. Right?
Yeah.
And it only exists in the mind, because all you're dealing with in the case of the water level is that horizontal straight line from A to B. I don't know if I can help bring the point closer, but when you ask certain people about the water level and the 2 points, at the either end of the water level, they will tell you, yes, it will form a straight line between those 2 points. Yeah, but if you then have a water level with 3 vessels on it, yeah, you'll have a straight line from the center to the side and another straight line from the center to the other side, but it will be forming an angle, the triangle at the top, which doesn't actually happen. They create that in their own minds.
Yeah, that one I've got on the screen there now. That was the original concept of the Dornagon when I drew it. With the 2-inch and the
Looks
6-inch
pretty
drop.
familiar.
All of the individuals. So that's what would happen if you moved the water level from one point to the other. They are all of the different, like if you imagine that the water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, and you put the individual ends of the water level in those different places, that's all of the different horizontals that you would get. Some of them are actually horizontal on their model. Some of them are actually parallel, but others aren't. They make all sorts of slopes and stuff. But this is geometric proof of the slope of the water level that's required. They'll tell you, was the concept of the Dornagon that gave us rise to wanting to find out the slope drop numbers.
And along came Ruhif.
Along came Ruhif, yeah, with the Ruhif numbers. Now, we had this concept at the beginning mentally as a out of necessity. The model dictates this. But the model only dictates this because we were brought to the attention of somebody who said it can't be horizontal for some reason. Don't know why they said that. So out of just thinking about stuff, then we ended up coming up with the concept of the Dornagon, which is a required necessity. But there's a problem within the quadratic function, as you should be able to see. Over half a mile, it drops 2 inches. But over the next half a mile, it drops another 6. It's a little bit strange, that. Nobody's worked that out. You've actually got 2 different horizontals with a quadratic function. And it gets worse the longer you go. The more drop for a shorter distance. Or for an equal distance, a larger drop.
So it is very easy to measure this drop. Would be easy to measure this
Absolutely.
drop.
Yeah. Well, that was the question when we asked. But I mean, let me get this video. Ready. This is right. Okay. And I'm gonna put this out on. I'll close that video windscreen down. Now, this is about an hour video. How long have we been going? An hour. Does anybody want to have a chat about what we've just done before we get into how this should be used in the future to any globe believer, right? Can anybody see the setup that's going on now? The very simple geometric proofs about a straight line and the extension into a plane. So
straight lines have shared segments and they can only sit within a plane and can't bend them.
It's pretty clear cut.
Yeah, and if you have a straight line, which you can have a straight line, hint, hint, that straight line can be a radius. You can draw a circle with that straight line, and that circle would be a planar figure with obviously no curvature to it.
Sitting in the same plane as its radius.
Mm-hmm.
And you can extend that straight line indefinitely.
Well, the question is, in reality, where we all are, I know you can draw it with a pencil, but is there any way we can relate this geometric proofs to reality, right? And can we, because what we've got going is realizing Euclid. We want to be able to do these things in reality. I mean, do they apply to reality? Could there possibly be something called like a straight line? Could we replicate this geometric concept in reality and use it in any way?
But of course we can, sir.
Yeah.
I think you've already had a crack at that, Bev.
So could we do like the understanding of higher and lower and equals and even, all of these sort of things into reality?
I reckon we can do that as well.
Well,
yeah, and look at the symbols. Look at the symbols of greater than, even.
Yeah, good call, a good catch there, spot on.
Angle. It's just straight lines as well, isn't it? Equals is equals. Parallels. Greater than and less than tells you on which side the angle is greater. I think, yeah.
They had it all thought out. Amazing. Yep.
I mean, this is, for me, the understanding of mathematics that should be... I always quite like maths, but because I thought I had to work it out logically for myself. When most people that I've known since then didn't like maths because of the formulas and the algebra and...
That would be me.
Okay.
My hand is up now. I can't stand math. Yes.
Well, could we relate that to a bridge of asses for you? Right? A stumbling block that you just couldn't get over, right? Your brain couldn't see the use in it. So you just couldn't be, right? It just didn't sink in. It didn't fit. It was the end of your journey.
To me, it's boring, useless. Of course, now I realize how dumb I was, but it was like boring to me. I hated it. I couldn't be bothered with math.
Yeah.
See, honestly speaking, I started to see beauty in geometry and mathematics. I'm speaking for myself, honestly.
I guess maybe some
When was
people
that?
they work pictorially in their brains. Other people work analytically. Other people like numbers, like they can add like in their brain. Like I guess I don't know. I guess we're different the way we think. I don't know.
Yeah, when was that you saw the skeptical? When was it that you found the beauty in it?
Just that shape, octagon shape, or what you called it.
Yeah,
And
when
the way you
was it that
relate
you did
to,
that? Just
spirit
recently?
level. Just right now.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Oh, right this moment here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Be completely honest with you guys.
Nice.
Because I've been always asking questions. What's the benefits of all of that? Triangles and straight lines and angle and equal and all of this. But now, the moment you relate it to the spirit level thing, I say, oh, all right. Oh, can I say, is it divine? It looks like something special, really.
Yeah. You're giving me a goosebumps now.
It is, bro. It is these shapes and the relationship with the angles.
Yeah.
Boy, was I wrong. Yeah. There's definitely something here.
Unbelievable. Just
I think
Too
that
bad it never caught my attention as a youngster. I found it boring, actually. I found math the most boring. Like, I'd rather drill my head than do math, you know? That was just me.
same was with me, but with numbers and letters, algebraic expressions or whatever.
Yeah, I never got algebra and the formulas and stuff. Quadratic equations. I could never really see the point in it.
But in geometry, you can see these proportions by your own eyes. You don't need to imagine something because you have already on paper.
yeah. And I agree with you, Bev, when you say it's a journey thing, right? You have to go through it yourself to experience that.
Yeah,
But
that's what
something?
geometry requires it, doesn't it?
Yeah. I understand now why.
Now that I think of it, had it been taught differently to me, had I saw the relationship with 3, 4, 5 and all that stuff as a kid, I might have went about this and said, "Oh, look at it! Oh, wow, yeah, look, that fits here, that fits there." But it was never taught in that way, you know.
I think that's the thing that gets me about geometry as well, is the ratios and the way things work in relation to other things.
Yes.
Yeah, I find that fascinating.
Yeah, everything fits because it has to, right? There's a reason for it fitting together.
Yeah.
That's the reason. Mathematics is not deliberate, it's not random. It's there for a reason. Especially geometry. So
Yeah. And geometry, again, it's not the use of numbers or anything like that. It's just the use of you understanding that one line has a relationship with other lines, and there's ways that you can relate certain things together. Not numbers, not letters, just lines and shapes and things.
It's all pictorial as well.
Yeah.
You can understand it through pictures.
And that,
Yeah, that's the beauty of it. And then when you look at shells and how bees make their things and, you know, all that stuff, and you say, whoa, man, that's nature, that's design, that's everything. Who cares
there's
about math? You know?
There's a practical side of it as well, you know, that you can actually do it for yourself, and you can look at the pictures and read the explanations and sit there, piece of paper, compass, pencil, straight edge, off you go, prove it to yourself.
Yeah, what a crime, our education system. The way they teach that's criminal, really.
Well, that's what they have to do, right? It's not their fault.
You know, you pay thousands of dollars and pounds in education, and you get nothing back.
Not practical thinking, that's for sure.
Yeah, I quite like it for the thought process, just for geometry, but more so for the logic. It's a delivery method to teach you a logical process. If you can make it an entertaining way to teach people a logical process, then they'll be getting taught geometry and logic as well at the same time. And I think there's a dead easy way to show how you can use these geometric principles to have fun in a learning process as well, even down to a straight line, because Euclid teaches you something about proof and how to generate a proof. And it may sound silly, but you need to prove a straight line. But you can extend a straight line indefinitely. It says that within Euclid, right? That is a rule. But I mean, how do you do that? You can't just extend it. I mean, how do you know it's in a straight line? It's a good question, right? Says you can. Just because it says you can doesn't mean you can. You need to know how to. And if you can do it within geometry, then can that be related to reality? And how would you do that in reality if that was your job? How would you imagine you would do it? Because there's loads of people that are just talking about making arguments about stuff, saying you can't do it. You can, well, might you be able to, but only these shadow giants can do these sort of things. So is everybody ready and sat in? Because I've got a little bit of a video. I'm not putting it out yet. This is from when Ruhif came round. Now, I might need to go over this afterwards, or maybe even tomorrow or whenever. Anybody wants to come in and have a go over the straight line test? We've already done it. But this is us going over with Ruhif. The guy that said, well, he's told us that we don't understand geometry. He's told us all sorts of things about what we don't know, but we obviously do, because we've thought about this, how to provide a straight line test. I mean, I've been asking for all sorts of tests, methods, processes that they could come up with to come up with anything to do with their curve. We've already proved logically that it's ridiculous, and that's the reason that they can't come up with any answers. for any of this. Okay. You guys in Discord, can you see this?
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, okay. There's 3 clips at the beginning that I put together from the video that's about to come. Then it goes into the song Only Fools, which I think we'll play anyway because I like Buster's songs. And then it goes into the clip of Ruhif. I'll go and make a brew while we're playing this first bit. After that, we can start talking about stuff. All right, so here we go. This is one point, and this is another point. Then we're going to draw a straight line as though we're doing this geometry. And we're going to say R, B, and C on that straight line.
No.
What?
They're not.
Well, that was the question, right? If you put one water level
Definitely
here,
not confused.
right, and then you move the other end, like from here, and you move it to here, that's a straight
Yep.
line, right?
Yes.
And then if you put it here, that's a straight line.
Yeah, it's a different straight line. It's not
Here.
parallel to AB.
It goes up or down?
Well, down relative to the
Down.
the horizontal. Yeah. From A.
Right. So from here, this water level will go down, and from here, this water level will go down.
Yeah, relative to its local horizontal. Yeah.
Yeah,
On the
if
one
you
water
have a
level.
water level from A to D, right,
Right,
then
yep.
point B in the centre would lie on that straight line. Yes.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
No, it
It doesn't.
That's your assumption.
So is it
That's what you got to try and
it
prove.
higher or lower than
It'll be higher than that line.
be
yeah.
higher? So from A to D, you say the centre point is higher.
It will be above that line. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
You can draw a straight line between any 2 points.
Okay. Yeah,
On the
if
one
you have
level.
a water level from A to D, right, then
yeah.
point B in the centre would lie on that straight line. Yes.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
That's your assumption.
I got your numbers right here. It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3. You have to open your mind. Imagination is all you need. Don't take advice from fools. Everything that they say is in vain.
Well, you do your geometry thing, and then we'll translate it to the actual world.
Advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
This whole thing is a massive begging the question fallacy.
Yeah.
I don't read it. I've got no interest in actually reading it. I know what a geometric proof is.
Everything is relative to you. You just have to say it in generalities. Just like those straight lines are curving.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can draw a straight line between any 2 points.
Drive down the road, don't you ever swerve. And I don't know where all of this goes. Never take advice from fools. 'Cause everything that they say is in vain. Never take advice from fools. 'Cause everything that they do is in vain.
That your assumption, which is a begging the question fallacy,
Geometric.
is that 3 water levels, A, B, and C, are on a straight line. Yeah.
Okay.
You can draw a straight line between any 2 points.
Okay.
I know the game that you're playing, and I know exactly
the one water level establishes a horizontal plane.
All of this
Yes.
goes.
No, they don't.
This is
Don't
a
take
geometric
advice
proof.
from fools. 'Cause everything that they say is in vain. Never take advice
I'll
from
say it again.
fools.
Not that you haven't been told this 1,000 times in the last couple of years, but you have 3 vials of
Yep.
one water level.
Yep.
You are assuming that they are all in a straight line.
Yeah, they're all on the
Reality.
horizontal plane established by the water. Yeah.
Reality says otherwise. Anyway, I'm going to go feed the dogs.
Great.
See you guys tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Rupert.
It's pretty flat and level now.
So what's the wolf pack do? Like, why was the wolf pack made up?
That's a laugh at you guys.
At us? No, not us.
Yeah. Oh, and flat out debate and
Well, you-
the shit that we see. It's pretty funny.
Well, you do realise we just go with logic and geometry, right? You don't seriously laugh at that, do you? Do you laugh at geometric
your
proofs?
attempts. We laugh at your attempts at geometric proofs, like your water level test.
Straight line test.
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't think it's a straight line then?
No.
Okay.
And your test doesn't expose it either way.
Wait, it's just realising Euclid, right?
I don't know. We've been through this before, haven't we?
Well,
Shut up. You can hear he's got a big grin on his face every time he speaks.
yeah.
So he's not even taking this seriously. It's like,
Well, he did just say that it's not a geometric proof of a straight line.
You
I
assume your
know.
outcome.
What do you mean? No, we're just asking. Like, you're telling us that it's not a geometric proof.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's enough.
assume-
That's what you
You
go with.
assume that the straight lines are shared,
Yeah.
but you don't demonstrate that they're shared. You just assume it, and that's your outcome. Begging the question.
Yeah. Well, obviously, you haven't quite understood the water level test.
Pretty sure I have. You've got 6 minutes to explain it, and then I'll go make some dinner. What game is this, Bev?
GTA RP.
GTA 5.
Right, so Ruhiv came in the morning. This is me talking now, not then. What do you reckon you've heard so far? Good but lead up, right? We're doing a bit of GTA stuff. Yeah, so Ruhiv came in the morning to talk about the well, I don't know. I think he says he gets bored and he wanted to come round and have a bit of a chat. So, yeah, this is what we're doing. Go on.
I like how he says he's never read Euclid because he doesn't see the point. He already knows what geometric proof is.
Yeah.
And then he turns to you and tells you, nope, this is not a geometric proof.
This test that we've come up with is not accompanied by a geometric proof, according to Ruhiv. Now, it's going to be upsetting people, but it does in fact come with, or based on, a geometric proof straight from Euclid. Not just proof of a straight line within a plane. Euclid book 11. And I don't think it's strange because I don't think Ruhiv, of all of the time that everybody's been dealing with and talking to us, nobody has ever bothered asking us about the test. Really, really strange. Spot On's been saying it forever. Nobody's ever asked us what we did, what it was based on. Where's the geometric proof behind it? What do we think it proves?
It is invalid in Ruhiv words because you don't beg the question about globe, so it must be invalid automatically.
Yeah, it's because you're already begging the question of a straight line in order to prove a shared straight line segment. to extend a straight line. You're begging the question of a straight line, says Ruhif.
Yes, for him, it is begging the question, but you should beg the question for a globe instead, not for a straight line, but for a globe. It would be okay for him.
Yeah, for a curve. Well,
Yeah,
see,
curve,
that's
yes.
the sort of, because it's a proof for a straight line, then this literally does not work with a curve, because it's a proof for a straight line segment.
And right, you've already done this test physically in reality, which that's where you actually check this.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you actually confirm geometrically, definitely, that it is in fact a shared straight line.
This is a basic concept for anybody to get a grasp on of how it does it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, right, it's because he says it's begging the question. Well, when you go to set up a proof, you have to compare between, set up your test so that you will be able to distinguish between the two different, outcomes that you can foresee.
Yeah.
And when one of them is shown to be the case, the other one has to be thrown out. That's how proof works.
This is hypothesis and null hypothesis. So so this test will be, for example, if you want to prove that the shared segment is a straight line, therefore your positive hypothesis that it would be not. It will not exhibit any changes in elevation in this tube, and if there will be some deviations in level of water in tube, it would prove that this line is not straight. So we have hypothesis, and automatically we have null hypothesis, opposite.
Exactly. Just the idea that there is a concept of proof, that proof has to be built up on something before it, right?
Yes, of course.
The reason for this test in the first place is the reduction back to that first principles. Like, what is the first thing that we could prove? Where can we start off at? Proving that we can establish a straight line in reality is the first thing that we should start off at. I think. I mean, that's why we did this. Well,
I'm just saying, I'm getting goosebumps again because this is really epic.
Yeah, this is what we did right at the beginning. Me and Spot On. How the concept of it was how do you do something that seems ridiculous, but people are obviously asking you to do it. I've never done it before. I'd never even had an inkling on why I'd need to do it, but it's a really good thing to do, isn't it? How would you prove a straight line in reality? How could you do it?
I don't think most people have asked themselves that question, to be fair. I'd never ever thought of it as well before last year, I think.
Yeah, you'd have to put yourself under really extreme conditions to even get the concept that you'd need to ask yourself that.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, when we were asked to do that, I had an idea of surveying background and level in horizontals, a straight line, so we can use that as the principles. But that's when they started going mental. which drove it even further, to be honest. And it's going to be even weirder soon, because what you're about to witness is, I don't know. Well, you saw those clips at the beginning. I'm going to get through this. There'll be a bit, maybe. I'll put this video out. Fucking hard work.
I can't not be me.
This arena.
Yeah.
Conspiratorial mindset.
Getting into the minds of people who can role play. Because there are people who can do it well, right?
Usually they become pretty obvious. Like it's hard to draw like a curve in PowerPoint.
Rue Hippie's drawing what he thinks our test is. What was it that you didn't quite get about the realizing Euclid?
I think it was what you didn't get.
Okay. Well, have you seen Euclid? Have you managed to get to book 11? Yeah.
I don't read it. I've got no interest in actually reading it.
Okay.
I know what a geometric proof is.
Well, if you understand that Euclid is like 2D, right? Yeah. The first 10 books is the 2-dimensional geometry, plane geometry, we call it, right? And that's on the 2-dimensional plane surface, just length and breadth. Well, once you get into book 11, that's the part where you end up with 3D geometry, right? And then that's where the propositions of 3D come into play, like the proofs of the 2D, you know, all Pythagoras and all of that sort of stuff. That's in the 2D part. Well, the 3D is the extension into the third dimension. And the proposition 1 of book 11 is, let me just empty this bin and I'll read it for you word for word. There we go.
You just get everything out and throw it on the ground. Is that what we did there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cleaning the bins. We give them a freshen as well.
Why?
Oh, because we're good at doing that. Right, so it says, Proposition 1, book 11, says one part of a straight line cannot be in a plane and another part without it. Right, so that's one part of a straight line can't be within a plane and another part without it. So that means, obviously, so that's what our water level test was built upon. Now, obviously, you know that a water level is a tool that's just got two ends, right? And the water equalizes out. Well, we just gave to show that all points along that will be on the same plane. Like one part of that water level can't be within a plane and the other one without it. Right?
You're drawing a straight line between one end and the other end, right?
Yep. Yeah, that would be the plane that the water level provides. Would be from one end of the water level to the other, obviously. Because I mean, what did you think the water level test was, right? Because it's a shared straight line segment.
Is it shared? How about you draw your test?
Draw your test. Well, can you imagine, right, that the straight line of geometrically of a circle has the same as like a radius. The radius and the diameter are very interchangeable within the circle, right? So let's say the water level, when you have your water level, goes from one end to the other, and then you would put a radius on that, would you? Or a diameter?
I'm not sure what you're talking about now. I think you need to draw it.
A straight line. In order for you to understand what a straight line is, that you would use either a radius or a diameter, right? Of a circle.
I'm going to draw your test.
You're going to draw it. Great.
See my fucking magnificent PowerPoint skills.
I just have to point out that this is a picture of a circle, but all of the lines on it, other than circumference, maybe arc, they're all straight lines. Secant, chord, diameter, radius, sagittar, tangent. They're all straight lines. They're the ones that you use within this shape. And I'm just trying to get Ruhif to understand that the radius and the diameter, if there's ever a straight that you couldn't deny wasn't straight, you would have to go with the radius and the diameter. They have to be straight. There's no way they can't be straight. For an idea, for you to give a proof of how this works, then that's straight. If you don't have the concept of diameter and radius as being straight, then you've lost already, haven't you? Because you're not in the same places that we are. Not that I am anyway, right? So I'm just trying to get him to understand that in order for you to build a proof, you need to first build the proof around things, and then you check whether it actually happens, right? The test is afterwards, the proof building first, the idea, the concept of what you're trying to do. That's all I'm trying to get at here. Carry on. I'm still trying to work out what's the best visual way to do that, but so if you want to help out. See, what I imagine is like a radius being a shared straight line. Have you seen the Vesica Pisces?
No, I've never seen those words in combination.
You've never seen a Vesica Pisces or heard of a Vesica Pisces?
No.
Wow. You should really have looked into some geometry and some Euclid. For anybody just listening for the first time or whatever, a Vesica Pisces is just the bit in the middle that sort of joins the two circles together. They've got the same radius, these circles, and then that's the joining bit in the middle. It's within sacred geometry and Euclidean geometry, normal geometry, just geometry, because all it is you're drawing a circle. It's a base concept of it, and that line there, that drawing, J-Ro's been doing plenty of pictures of this as well. It's the square root of 2, the square root of 5, and the square root of 3. All on that drawing there, formed just by the Vesica Pisces of any circle.
So I just want to add in here real quickly. I know everybody doesn't have the same education, so I grant you that, but seems to me Ruhif claims himself to be a very educated man. I learned Vesica Pisces in the 4th or 5th grade in geometry.
I probably learned it, a few years ago.
There's always some animations of a Vesica Pisces that you could show there to demonstrate how it's formed.
Pardon?
There's always some animations you could show of a Vesica Pisces to demonstrate how it's formed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the idea that Ruhif never heard of it just says that he was certainly not into geometry the way that at least I've heard him claim he is. He knows what a straight line is. He knows geometry, but doesn't know what a Vesica Pisces is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think because there was a clip I left in at the beginning where Emma says he's got a smile on his face. So I mean, there's always the possibility that he's just a troll.
Yeah, I guess.
As well, right? Either or, but for one, it gives us a chance. Like, there's not a lot of people that understand that, but I mean, it is the eye shape, isn't it? That's sort of
yes.
It's a very familiar shape, and within geometry, it is crucial.
Yeah, well, it's also in many different logos, right? It's in the Olympics, I believe. It's the MasterCard logo.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it's
CBS
out there.
or is it CBC has that as well?
Yeah.
It's obviously pretty important in a way that it's sort of pretty standard, isn't it? Like it's something you can always go back to. If there's something that you can generate a proof from, it's this very fact and the relationship of a straight line to another. Because all you're doing here, in order to form that shape or those two circles, is you have a straight line. And you use each end of the straight line as the center point for a circle. So that shape is generated by one straight line or 2 points of an equal distance apart. Which to me is amazing. That all of those things are generated from that one straight line. The relationship through geometry that you can have with one straight line gives you so much more. And for Ruhif to say that he understands geometric proofs, but not the very basic concept that that is a Vesica Pisces, and most of the proofs are built upon that fundamental truth of a straight line. Because that's what it is. That's you're being able to use and compare that one straight line with all of those other points, right? It gives you the ability to do that. Equals. Here we go. Carry on.
Sure.
Have you ever seen even sacred geometry?
I don't know what that is now.
Wow. You do surprise me, Ruhif. See, now that does, I mean, if you've not looked into sacred geometry, then you're missing out.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously. There's some basic truths in that should be understood. And it'll give you a better understanding of what exactly you're dealing with here in this in geometry.
I've had a drink.
To change
like
the
this for a long
subject,
time.
I got a gun.
Nice.
It's only a Mark 1, but
Well,
Like a real gun.
yeah,
Or
in
a
the game.
in
or
the
a
game.
yeah, GTA 5 gun.
Yeah. We're not allowed guns, so.
No, either way. Oh, kind of. Not
Well,
really.
yeah, you've got to have a license and all of that lava, and it's usually farmers and hunters and that kind of thing. But I would love to go shooting, like target, not actually anything.
Yeah, when I go to America and Vegas, yeah, it's fucking magnificent. One of the reasons I go: shoot guns, play poker.
Not fuss with poker. Guns and horses.
Are you good at poker, Rupert? I get the feeling you have too many tells.
No, I'm actually pretty good with that.
Do you
More
wear
about maths than about
sunglasses?
tells. No, not really.
Not really.
Well, occasionally I do, but most of the time, no.
I'd probably lose all my money, so that's why I don't gamble.
It's mostly maths.
Yeah,
Probability and
it doesn't interest
statistics.
me. Yeah, it doesn't interest me though. Not at all.
Maths and logic, Bev. You'd like the logic part of it.
Logic?
Yeah.
Won't go
Obviously
that
within
far.
the mathematics, but I mean, you logic people, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like what would this person do if they had this hand, and are they figuring out if someone's bluffing is trying to make sense of what their actions show.
That's not logic though, because people aren't always logical.
No, I know, but good players are. So
But it's
good
not.
players play reverse psychology as well. It's a pretty good game.
So you have to understand that reverse psychology, do you, for poker?
If you can display behavior to the table, like you might be aggressive or you might be really passive, and then you can take advantage of your table image. Like if people think you are really passive and only play good hands and only, you win most of the hands that you show, you can take advantage of that and get away with a few bluffs. Yeah. Anyway, I posted my PowerPoint magnificence in the chat.
Right. We've got two. There's two water levels, right? In order for it to have a shared straight line segment, you have to have two.
Where am I drawing the extra one?
What?
So I'm going from A to B and then a separate one from B
what
to
you
C.
need is you need another one in between B and C.
So just two blue bars at B. Why does that make a difference?
No, you need another one in between B and C. So you need a split point at B and then a split point between B and C.
So there's A, B, C, D?
Yeah, there's 4 on each.
Okay, 4.
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
And then there's 2 water levels. So you need 2 of those, and then you need to flip one over and show the center part.
There's A, B, C, D, and there's 2 ends at B and 2 ends at C.
So
there's 3 water levels?
Yeah, there's another one.
That's 3 water levels.
No, there's 2 water levels, all configured A, B, C, D.
A, B, C, D, and the actual they're the points, right? So there's A to B, B to C, and C to D. Like that's 3 water levels. Give me the joining points.
Well,
Like
A, B,
end-to-end points.
C, and D are all joined together.
In one water level?
Yeah, one water level.
Cool. And then what's the second level? B and C?
The same, exactly the same. Except the A to B would be 200 meters. And the B to C would be 100. And C to D would also be 100.
There's 2 water levels. Okay, we've got four points, A, B, C, 4 locations, A, B, C, and D.
Yep.
Right. The first water level, which locations does it have a vial at?
The first water level has a water level, right? A water bit at A, B, C, and D.
Okay, yep. And the second one?
Also the same.
Why? Why do you have 2 water levels the same?
Because the idea is to show a shared straight line segment of 200 meters. So it's
You've literally got 2 water levels doing exactly the same thing?
Yep.
Okay, I'll
But
draw it.
they're shared at the center. So A to B would go outwards. That'd be the 200 at either side, and then the 200 in the middle would be shared.
I have a feeling that what you're describing is not what I'm trying to.
Yeah, I know. It's probably not what you've got in your mind.
I'll draw it, and then
yeah, let's see. A straight line. If you go a straight line from one end to the other, call it A to D, and then you want to halve that straight line to put a point B in the center, and then halve B to D with the C. I've got a load of stuff wrote on my board, but I suppose.
Start on the board.
Let me just have a look at what time is it. Right, I'm paused it again. This is literally in the morning. Come round, and I never expected Ruhif to be bringing this. Yeah, I was surprised that we get a chance to do this. I've been asking for people to go over the water level. I was wondering why nobody had ever asked about it or how it works as a proof. So I was doing this off the top of my head. I said a bit earlier on that I'm still trying to work out how best to visualize this and get it out there to make it as easy as possible. So I'm freestyling it in the morning for Ruhif for some reason, but it's worth doing for a practice. I need to do it. I need to help my son go over this. So I'm gonna have to
7:28.
Missus a breakfast. Is anybody else here that can talk about it? Saragaki.
I'll draw it. Yeah, I'll draw it on Saragaki.
With Ruhif.
Bloods.
I can point out real quick here at this point, right?
No, just gotta get
that.
Sort the missus out.
All right.
Well, you'll hear it coming up anyway.
I'll save this one.
Go on, mate. What did you say?
I'm going to post a new one.
Okay.
Oops, that's not it. Why didn't that work? JPEG. Stop.
Like that.
There we go. All right.
Wow, what's that? 4 water levels. Or was that 2? What are you doing there?
It's all. I asked Bev. We had 4 locations.
Yeah.
Right? A, B, C, and D. And I said, which points does the first water level have vials? And he said A, B, C, D. And then I said, which one does the second one? And he goes A, B, C, D. And I was like, are you sure?
Yeah, the
What do you
midpoint, I
mean
said
there?
one of them's the midpoint. B
How
is
many
a
points are there?
midpoint. Well, it's 400 meters, right? With B
Okay.
at the midpoint at 200, and then you have a
Okay.
100 and a 100, obviously. So it's
Oh,
offset.
so put the D where the C is and put the C between B and D. If the A to C is 400.
B wants to be in the
Or
middle.
How many points are there? How many locations is there a vial at? How many distinct locations are there?
4.
4. A, B, C, D?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's 400
Okay.
meters. So from A to B is 200. Halfway. Right? And then you split the last bit in half.
Okay, so I'm just moving B to the middle and putting C in the middle of B and D.
Yeah. And we'll
Okay.
we'll teach you what Vesica Pisces is.
B, oops.
Yeah, so A to D should be 400 with B in the middle, and then C in between B and D. But the 100 after B.
Yeah.
How to confuse.
B. C, and let's play with some points.
Might want to extend A and D so that they're the same level, B and C. The water's just going to tip out of them.
All right, let's save that.
Yeah, water flows, right?
Now, yeah, well, you'll see why we've done it in this particular configuration.
Yeah.
When we teach you what a Vesica Pisces is. Right. Now,
That one.
Right.
what you want to do is you want to flip that around as well. Right? So you've
Why?
got to duplicate that, but flip it around.
There are 5 points.
So what you do, you've got 2 water levels. Can you get another one of those?
Right,
That says D, C, B, A. You know, it like completely the opposite way around.
Yeah, but then am I putting something halfway between A and B?
What you're going to do is you're going to line up D and B's together to show a shared bit in the middle there. It'll come together when we do the geometrical part. Just take the missus the breakfast up.
Okay. I don't understand why I'm doing the same water level again.
Yeah, then flip it.
Same
Line up the B
configuration.
and D's. He'll be back.
It's the same configuration, just rotated around B at the midpoint. Yeah. So the other
That's
water
it.
level is doing the same run from D towards A. Yeah, that's
To
obviously
me
my
means
bad.
I'm putting another location in between A and B.
Yes, that's the.
Oh, so there are 5. There are 5 locations.
Yeah, but you asked per water level, so this is the
No,
locations.
I said,
you
how
have.
many unique locations are there? And the answer was 4.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's only when you overlap them to get the shared line straight segment that they share. That's when you get the 5th location from the other water level.
Oh, I have a dog. 1 second. Look at you.
I like to think at the minute that there's some sort of cog disc going on. Because that's okay looking at that like that, but when you realise you've got to put another one next to it, opposite way round.
I think that he didn't understand that this they are separated levels.
Yeah.
Because you previously said there are two water levels, so they are separated and inverted or flipped. So and he's still thinking that this is one, that they are all linked together.
Yeah. Yeah. There's some sort of there's a separation between one body of water, and they all turn into separate little vials or whatever. I don't know what's occurring, in this idea that he's got going on here, but I like to think that at this point, when you're realizing you're going to have to put two of them together, that's where the proof of the straight line comes in, right?
Yes, in same location, but still they are separated body of water. Yes.
Yeah. Well, we'll see where we go with him.
Yeah, you heard me tell him which point to rotate it about, and obviously that wasn't the correct point. It was the C point I meant.
Drawing 5 locations, because apparently there are 5.
Oh, overall?
Yeah.
600 meters overall, right?
Oh, okay.
There's a 200 meter shared straight line segment in the center. Right, so the question was that from A to D, there would be a horizontal line spread out, right? According to what the tool manufacturer is, right?
Hang on. I'm drawing. Oops. Running short of time, Bev. Got to feed dogs. Remember.
A, B, C, D. Right. I don't know what he's drawing. Yeah, I don't think you've quite got that, have you? Let's see if I can get a...
It could be my fault. Or rather, it's because I added my 2 cents to what was going on in the picture he drew earlier. It could have been me helping.
There are 5 points total.
There you go. See, there's 2 water levels backwards on my screen.
Right. But there are 5 distinct locations.
Do you like that? A.
Yeah.
A, B, C, D. And now from A to B is half of AD.
Yep.
And BC is half of BD.
Yep.
Right. Now, what you do is get a compass. You put the point there. And then you cast that circle, right? So A to D will be what we class as a diameter.
Yeah? Only if it's straight. No, only if it's straight.
If you put a compass point here and then draw that circle, from A to D would be a straight line, right?
Not on a globe, no.
What? A to D would be, if you draw a circle and then
that
you know,
wouldn't
at
be a
that
diameter.
distance, then A to D would be passing through B would be what
You're-
you call a diameter.
No, because you're assuming that it's straight. You're assuming it's a straight line, ABD.
Right. Anyone?
This is brilliant.
Like,
It's
what?
so good.
What's going on?
Yeah, I think what's going on is you're talking about literally on this whiteboard right here, right now, using what I've drawn on this whiteboard. If I draw a circle around B, then we'll have a diameter. And he's not talking about that whatsoever, apparently.
I know.
Yeah, I'm thinking your whiteboard is on the Earth.
Yeah.
Yes.
Big E
it
Earth.
is
I'm
not
thinking.
you are not allowed to draw straight lines
Yeah.
on board because we live on globe Earth.
Yeah. You're assuming
not-
it's a straight line because it's a diameter, but you're
It's
just
the other way-
assuming that.
Yeah, but it's the other way around, isn't it? This is what made me laugh like crazy when I first heard this. When Bev was editing this, I was losing my shit because because it's not the straight line. I get why he's got a problem with the straight line. It's the circle bit that got me. Because
Yeah.
Bev said if you put a compass at B, you draw a circle, then A to D is a diameter. It's a straight line. He's going, nuh-uh. I'm like, wait a minute now. If you create a circle in reality, and you have a compass point or a point in circle from that point, you will have a straight line from as represented by A to D. You will have that in reality. Must be, has to be, will be.
Yeah.
Or there's no
any
circle.
point on the outside circumference, wherever, if you put a line that passes through that center point and continues on to the other side, that will be a straight diameter.
Yes.
That's it.
So your car tires, bicycle tires, anything that is a circle is a problem apparently, because there's a straight line that's inherent in that circle.
But
It's amazing.
this is only for the experienced obfuscator, right? Ruhif knows where this is going already, and that's why Ruhif has got a problem with the straight line and the circle. This, yeah. I don't want to sound big-headed or anything, but I mean, I think we've put people's minds in this state. The serious globe model, Afflicted. Well, I mean, I don't know whether it's just the globe model. I think any model can afflict your conceptions or understandings. If you take on a fallacious reasoning for something, you accept a truth, vacuous truth, perhaps. Who knows? If you've accepted that, then you're ready for this sort of problem. This is cogdis. It's got to be cogdis.
Yeah, there's no doubt whatsoever. It's cogdis right now.
Yeah, we're talking about
when you
a straight
deny,
line.
yeah, when you deny that you put a compass on the point B and you draw a circle, you're going to have a straight line from A to D. I mean, that's cogdis. Has to be.
Yeah. There's a few more people joined, so I'm gonna go back a little bit just to get this, because all I'm doing is I'm trying to lay out a test of a shared straight line segment in reality, and I'm just going over the geometric proof. That's it. That's all I'm doing to try and build. I'm trying to do this for the first time on the fly. Still trying to work out how best to present this. Go back about that. And then you cast that circle, right? So A to D will be what we class as a diameter. Yeah?
Only if it's straight. No, only if it's straight.
If you put a compass point here and then draw that circle, from A to D would be a straight line, right?
Not on a globe, no.
What A to D would be if you draw a circle and then
that
you know,
wouldn't
at
be a
that
diameter.
distance, then what has drawing a circle got to do with the globe? Right, model afflicted.
Yeah,
Come on. Guys, things bloody built on circles anyway. Not on a globe. A to D would be passing through B, would be the what you call a diameter.
No, because you're assuming that it's straight. You're assuming it's a straight line, ABD.
Yeah, I'm
it's
just
not
talking
straight,
about the
then it won't be a
geometric.
diameter.
Talking about
Right,
the
but
geometric.
aren't we doing? I thought we were talking about reality there.
Yeah, definitely. This is definitely what you do in reality with drawing a circle. It's how you would draw a circle. Right?
Only if ABD is a straight line, and in reality, they're not.
What ABD is if you draw a circle, then ABD would be the straight line called a diameter.
If you have water levels A, B, and D, ABD is not a straight line.
Well, the idea is that if you put a water level at A and a water level at D, then that would be the horizontal that would be established from this water level. Like imagine this is A over here, and this is D over here. Then this line here would be this line here. Or it could be from A to B, right? Either, it doesn't really matter.
B is not on that line.
What?
If
you put this water level here at A, and then this water level here at B, then that would be a straight line there, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
You can draw a straight line between any 2 points.
Okay. Right. Well, that's good, right? So that's what we'll do. Okay. There's one thing. Step one. At least you can draw a straight line between any 2 points. At least we've got that established, which is a good start. It is a good start for a... Oh, I don't know where everyone's gone.
It sounded like a temporal concession.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think everybody likes this. I thought they might like it, but then they've decided they best not watch it. Okay, so
the YouTubers.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Like the numbers, they bumped up and then they went, "Oh shit, perhaps we shouldn't watch this." Right, here we go. Just doing the geometric proof behind this. So let's say we've got 1 point here and 1 point here. That would be a straight line. But that could be cast. So this straight line is here, is the same sort of straight line as this bit.
You're just assuming your outcome, bit.
Right?
You're just assuming your outcome.
What? No. You're talking about the geometric proof behind it, right?
Like I can sit here and go, okay, assume a flat Earth, and then go for it. Right?
We're just talking about the geometry, Ruhid. Calm down.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. Okay. See, model obsessed. Literally just talking about a straight line and the way that you would be able to extend it in order to show geometric proof of a shared straight line. So you've got to understand that there is a way to show a proof first. And then you show how that's done in reality, right? It's first, this is the step that you always take.
And remember, he said earlier in the video that he knew what geometric proofs were.
Yeah.
And here he is arguing with you about a geometric proof. It's
well,
fantastic.
yeah, I'm just trying to lay the groundwork of it. It's that ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what I was going to point out, right? You're just talking about geometry right now on your whiteboard to Ruhif, and he's denying that. This is, that's the groundwork, the ground steps that you have to take to formulate the geometric proof that you're going to be going into later on, but you're not going to be able to progress beyond this, are you?
Well, yeah, because I mean, I have to get it out. I'm practicing. I do. I do my best. I'm going to have to do better. Okay.
Well, you do your geometry thing, and then we'll translate it to the actual world.
Okay, right. Well, That's what, like, you do your geometry thing and then we'll translate it to the actual world. Like as if they're separated somehow. What we sort of are going to do, right? Because we're going to put a water level from here to here. But then we're going to put in these points here as well. On the same water level, the same body of water, we're going to say, this is one point and this is another point. Then we're going to draw a straight line as though we're doing this geometry. And we're going to say, are B and C on that straight line?
No.
What?
They're not.
That was the question, right? So
Right.
the geometric test is to have another water level that is configured the opposite way round, right? So you would have A here, B here, and then C, and then D, right? And what you would do is you would move this, so D is here, C is here, and B is here, and A is over there. Do you get our meaning now?
Yeah.
Right. Now, the beauty of this, when you do it geometrically, is you draw this circle here, and then you draw this circle here, right? Then B and D become a shared radius.
You're calling it a diameter?
Well, this bit here from B to D, if this is the circle, then this is a radius. Right? You could draw a smaller circle if you wanted to.
Right.
It would be.
But are you then going to claim that all your radii are parallel?
Or what?
Are all your radiuses,
These ones?
are you going to claim that they're parallel?
Well, this
or even the
water level
same?
test, you would say, I mean, what a stupid question. Are all the radii parallel?
Never.
All of them? You just realise what a circle is, right? Parallel. Again, I think that's a model affliction, that. Something short-wired in his brain there. Would be a shared radius.
Yeah, one line cannot be parallel to itself.
Yeah, very strange. Go
If you could line D, C, and B up there in these bits, then A at this end and A at that end would be along the same straight line, because this would be a shared straight line segment.
It won't be.
It won't be.
Right. Instead of drawing it as a straight line,
Yeah.
draw it on a curve. Draw it on a globe Earth.
You can't,
as I've done.
because the water level would still lie on this horizontal plane.
Any 2 points will not be parallel to any other 2 points.
What? Wait, you're saying that B and...
See, that's a bold claim by him. He said will be. Any 2 points. Ruhif. It's not even got any geometry understanding to back that statement up. Never mind any ability or method or anything. It's just ridiculous statements.
He is not realizing that you are doing this experiment regardless if the Earth is flat or not flat or whatever, because you are establishing a horizontal
above the
line.
Earth. Yeah, it's up. It's away from the ground.
Yes, so you don't need any assumption or globe or not globe, whatever.
Uh-huh.
You are operating on artificially established horizontal line. or plane.
Yeah. The
And he
idea
does-
is that this is realizing Euclid, right? We are showing that all of the points or 2 points or straight line cannot lie partly within a plane and partly without it, right? So what we're doing here literally is finding a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference and devising a way to establish a test to show a shared straight line segment. That's simply it.
And if this water level will leave this plane, it would mean that we have globe. But if it won't leave this plane, it means that the level is on this plane still horizontal.
Horizontal, yeah. And it's not like we're assuming horizontal.
yes.
It's like this only works in this way with straight lines. This test is a geometric test, but then we replicate it in reality.
Yes, but his accusation is that this is an experiment with pre-assumptions of something. It is not. And he doesn't understand that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because he realised now it's just a straight line test. And I think this is where it gets... D would not be parallel to B and D.
But
You'd
they
say,
are.
What would it look like in your imagination, this?
Bring up mine.
Well, I can't bring up yours on my whiteboard.
All right.
But what I'd
A
say
and
is
B.
like this. If you just have that as a diameter and then you have this.
As soon as you say the word diameter, you are assuming that
A-
they are on the straight line.
A to B. Is it? This is A to B and that's A to D. A to D here. And A to D here. They're the same like 400 meter water levels. Just that this bit in the middle here is a shared straight line segment. Can you remember
But it's
those
not.
numbers you gave us?
BCD is not a straight line.
Yeah, look at it.
BCD. That's
You're
the
just-
radius of a
No,
circle.
you're just assuming that's
my...
straight.
Yeah, well, if
You're just
you put a
assuming it's
water
straight,
level
right?
from
Begging
there to
question.
there, like we have, are you saying that wouldn't be straight? That bit of water
Which-
level going from there to there wouldn't be
B to-
straight.
You
If we
can
were
draw
to
a
put
straight
this
line.
water level here, this one
Hmm.
here, and this bit here, are you saying it wouldn't be straight?
I'm saying you can draw a straight line between any 2 points. All right. B
Yep.
to D. Yep, you can draw a straight line.
Yep.
But C
Here.
is not on that straight line.
D. There, at that moment, he's just made himself a bridge.
Mm-hmm.
That moment.
Yep.
And it's impossible. But for some reason, he separated that point of a straight line.
Because of model, because he thinks that you cannot establish a horizontal plane or line in reality, even which is nonsense, because even if we were on the globe, you can still establish horizontal plane, tangential plane, or whatever. You can't do that experiment even if we were on the globe.
Yeah. Yeah, it happens. We've been saying all along, this that we do here is just in reality. We don't go for models or anything. They don't matter. This is literally what you can do in reality.
Yes. And I'd say even if we were living on the globe, you could still do that experiment in that way you are going to do.
Yeah.
And that's the point of comparing reality to models, yeah.
That's what all tools that create a horizontal you could use on no matter what the surface. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
That's how you tell what the surface is doing underneath. You have to have a horizontal to know that anything's curving in the first place.
Yes, that's why this is experiment without begging the question. But he is still inclining to model that it is impossible because of model. It is.
He doesn't have a choice.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a choice. That's why you can corner him and make him sound ridiculous, because he has to say that.
That's why this is the bridge of the model afflicted.
Yep.
Every model afflicted person will fall into this or jump under the bridge.
They either have to jump off or go over the bridge, and once they go over it, it's model affliction. They can't get away from it.
Yeah, well, they're under the bridge. That's where they go. They're just trying to stop you
They
from
become
getting
trolls.
past. Yeah.
They become trolls under the bridge.
They're trolling you away from the very simple fact of horizontal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or trying to.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're on
anybody
the
can go
straight
do this.
path, right? You're just on that path from A to D.
Right.
And they're the ones that are putting a bridge in the middle of it, going, "Oh, it's a hump. It's too big. You can't get past it."
And what I love it. Oh, go ahead, Ricky. Yeah.
Well, I'll be short. I think this is why they're so afraid of this or attack it so much, is because the common person can not only logically figure this out, but go do it themselves. And that is scary as hell to them.
Yeah, hell yeah. What I loved as part of this is that he granted B to C, and he granted C to D, and he granted B to D.
Yeah.
But as soon as you
But
have that
couldn't.
middle point,
Yeah, you can't.
point, no good.
Yeah, that's funny.
No
Yeah.
good.
You make
also
a Dornagon, right? At least conceptually in your mind, that's what he's done. He's turned that straight line into a Dornagon.
Yep.
Yeah, but even if he said he would grant B to D or B to C.
Yeah.
As a segment. Oh, you could draw between a straight line between any 2 points. But if you had a B.5, right, in the middle of B and C, he wouldn't grant that. He said, no, it's not on the same line. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. It's a proper mental block, isn't it?
Hell
Like
yes.
this is a bridge that he's like not going to get over, because I don't even know what sort of whatever it is, it's not logical. So I can't follow what Ruhif's talking about here. I know the globe model dictates what it is, but it's impossible. And surely the model shouldn't be able to override that. It's obviously another process, and it's got to, I think, logic's not been taught. That's the breakdown here. Not only critical thinking, but there's no process to be able to critical think.
Yeah, it's quite astonishing to hear. And did you also catch what he said? As soon as you use the word diameter, you're assuming, aka begging the question.
Yeah, you're begging the question. A diameter is a straight line.
Yeah, just by
I
using the
thought he
word.
misspoke. I thought he misspoke there.
No.
No, he
I
says
don't
it
think he
again.
did.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, I was surprised that nobody questioned it. Like, that's why I thought it was just a misspeak and no one caught it, because to me, that's got to be a misspeak. He's just caught up in it.
He don't understand. He thinks we are operating on the globe, on the surface of the globe Earth. That's why he thinks that this diameter should be curved. But the essence of this experiment is that we are not operating on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
We are establishing horizontal line above.
Yeah. Yeah, he can't separate that above from the model, right? The model makes it into still part of the model.
Yes, but in geometrical sense, you can separate this,
Yeah.
and you are doing this, and very good. So that's why this experiment would be independent of any model.
Yeah, we quite
Definitely.
often say what you call a straight line that doesn't touch a circle. It's just a straight line, right? Nothing
Yes,
special about it.
Yes, so it's not even tangent line; it's just line.
Yeah.
above surface of the Earth, whatever the surface is.
And just before you go on, also point out at this point, right? If you have the what's it called, the surface of a globe Earth, just take a sphere, put a point on the surface, and then cast a circle. Yeah, you still have a straight line radius, straight line diameter. Well, the surface, right?
Yeah.
Put a circle on the circle around the circumference. Right, the center point of a circle on the circumference of another circle. The radius is still straight, the diameter is still straight. The circumference of the other circle has nothing to do with the radius or diameter of the second circle.
Yeah, at the heart of what we're talking about here, it is literally a straight line. There's nothing complicated about this. Just a shortest distance from point A to point B. That's it. Just, I don't know. Just keep that in your mind all along when we're talking about this. Building a proof of how you would go about structuring a literal proof within mathematics. Just first to establish something to base it on. It's if you were doing an experiment, this is what you would be doing. You would be laying it all out, but so you could record the results at the end. But you'd need to know the process and everything that you do, and that's all we're trying to do, set that out. And Ruhif, no doubt others, if anybody else wants to come and put themselves through the test, just talk about water level. Come.
You might need to demonstrate a water level too quickly on the board. If you grab them both off the wall and put one at the B and one at the D and then go up and down and show them what a water level does.
Well,
I'm well aware of what they do.
Yeah.
I don't think
And water levels give you horizontal.
So are you saying if you put one water level here, right, and then you move the other end, like from here, and you move it to here, that's a straight line, right?
Yes.
And then if you put it here, that's a straight line.
Yeah, it's a different straight line. It's not
Here.
parallel to AB.
It goes up or down?
Well, down relative to the horizontal, yeah. From A.
And water levels give you horizontal.
So down relative to the horizontal, he said. Definitely.
So
He's assuming still that horizontal is straight line.
Yeah. Yeah, there's there's a weird concept that I don't know how we can manage to do this. Straight line, but then one of them drops down. It's only in his mind, isn't it?
Water level will go down, and from here, this water level will go down.
Yeah, relative to its local horizontal, yeah.
Right, so literally, we're talking about a water level. There's two water levels, and he's literally got them both falling down away from each other.
Yeah, it's an impossibility because when you move one to the same end and then move that one back to point A, he's saying it should go down.
Yeah.
Like it's a mind bend, right? You only need 4 points, two different water levels, and you can leapfrog them from middle to middle, and that will be a straight line forever, a straight line segment. Like, I don't know if I said that right, but
Yeah. You could
it doesn't
caterpillar
curve.
it. You could do all sorts of things. It doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter in any direction. Yeah, that's the whole point. Any direction around any corner at any distance, move them anywhere, and it would establish that same horizontal as long as one of the ends was on that horizontal point. And at any point along that horizontal, you can move another water level at any point, extend it out in any direction, and then double back, do whatever you want, and it's all going to match that beginning horizontal. It's too simple to do and think about.
But you notice what he's done is, like, towards each other, he's made the curve the opposite way. His brain isn't even firing in the correct order. He's made a dip in the center of the two. Rather than he's meant to be making a ball, not a valley.
But he said previously that this C should be up. And now he's going to double drop, yes?
No. This that bit at the beginning was me cutting it to show you what he's doing. First off, first thing they always do, drop. Right? He's doubled nutsack dropped. But then you realise that doesn't quite work because you've got water flowing downhill. That's quite obviously. You've said there's a drop. But this is what they always do first. First one, nutsack drop, double. And then they realise they've made a mistake. And then they give the hump, which is where you take them to the next step of this thing. This is a very structured procedure that we've developed here. We've talked to people for quite a while about this, but this particular thing, the water level test, was done last summer, and nobody's ever spoke about it since. Nobody wanted to know what the test was about or anything. So this is the first time I've ever actually had a chance to explain geometrically what the test is to start off with. So that's what this goes to show, right? That goes to show that this drop to the middle that you imagine just obviously isn't there geometrically.
No, it just shows that verticals are not parallel.
What? No, this is just about a water level. Where's the vertical? There you go. That's cog dis as well, right? What's that got to do with verticals not being parallel? Right, where did that come from? What's he doing?
If you haven't got parallel verticals, therefore you cannot have horizontal line as straight line also. So this is just circle jerking.
Yeah, you can't have verticals being parallel. Well, what? We're just talking about a straight line. Right? We can't have a straight line because verticals aren't parallel. I mean, I think that's what he's saying. Because by necessity, that horizontal has to turn into bendizontal.
Yes, he's thinking about bendizontal.
Yeah.
Horizontal line is bendizontal, yes, for him.
Yeah. So that's what Ruhif's after. And most of the Globers will do this. Their model dictates that this must happen.
They told you in 1999. The little kid in the Matrix told you it's not the spoon that bends. It is only yourself.
Yeah.
I understand, Bev. I understand.
Oh, I know what it is, because when you do this circle and when you do this circle, you have a vesica Pisces here, right? And then when you draw this line to this line, like that, then that's where you get a perpendicular there. That's the vertical you're talking about, isn't it?
Sure, but C is not on that line.
C would be directly, if you follow this path, C would be directly there where the Vesica Pisces lies. That's why we did this.
No.
This is a shared straight line segment with the radius there. And this point here is directly in the middle of the Vesica Pisces, of the geometric drawing of it. Oh, I love that. That's genius.
I think you put too much power into that one for him.
Yeah, I think you broke him there.
That one is literally, that's the reason we did the water level test and we put that point in the middle, because you don't need it. There's no reason to put that point in there. Just the 3 points would do, and matching them up. But we put that point there specifically because that's the point that where you could, if you wanted to, drop a plumb bob. Realizing Euclid, you know, like you just check it to see whether it's perpendicular to the water level underneath. In fact, you could do that at every point all the way along it as well to make sure. Straight lines, and I mean, I don't think there was any need to bring the perpendicular into it, but
in that point, it has to be perpendicular because of these 2 points, which have to meet in perpendicular relation to diameter. So
yeah,
that's fine. It makes it more spicy.
Yeah, well, I think I say to him in a minute, this Vesica Pisces is literally the proof of a perpendicular. This is how you construct a perpendicular within geometry about a point. Cool.
This whole thing is a massive begging the question fallacy.
Well, now that's the perpendicular. That's how you show perpendicular in geometry. Two straight
Fine,
lines.
but C is not on that line.
Yeah, it would. That's the
No,
point
it's
of the.
not. Go and test it in reality.
We did
How?
with
By
this
shooting it?
water level test. This like this.
Did you like verify optically or something that AC and D or ACA or whatever is a straight line?
Yeah, the water levels
How?
like this. The water level goes like that, right? And the water's like there, and this goes off like that. And then you have another water level, like from the other one, that's right next to it, and it was like that. And that at this point, and this point, where the intersections were, that's what the water levels did. Can you remember those numbers you gave us for when Slice Barcane had the drop of the bending water level? He was bending downwards.
I don't remember the numbers, but I do remember they were unrefracted, so they were sort of physical.
Yeah, that's what
numbers,
these are.
I mean.
The water levels are right next to each other. There, and there. Yeah. Here on screen as well, in the bottom corner, are the Ruhif numbers. Famous Ruhif numbers. These are the drop from horizontal numbers of the water levels. And that's like how far they are. How much drop there is when you go from one end to the other. Is the drop down. You know, that ridiculous double drop that he put in the middle. These are the numbers. This is why Ruhif had the double nutsack drop to the centre. I led him into it by starting the water level at this side, and that way it goes down. It has to. From wherever you start it, it goes down. His model Afflicted. These are his numbers. He inspired all of the globe model guys to give us these numbers. And they are measurements, right? 28.3 millimeters and 7.1 millimeters. I mean, they're distances. You could measure that with a ruler, couldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Easily. These numbers are drop from horizontal. Of the water level, that is a tool for establishing horizontal. So I'm not too sure how that works.
Yeah, but these these are the numbers that you go and check for with the test, right? You could easily spot or measure, right? Directly, physically measure that distance, like you say. That's the whole point. So it's extra funny that Ruif is the one who gave these numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, and so this was Slice Barcane has 16 individual 100 meter unsighted water levels. So these are the numbers for the drop of a water level of 100 meters, but it's each individual 100 meters from the start point. Because again, they've got another. The mine drop of 100 meters is 0.78 millimeters, and he's got 16 of them. So you'd only expect 16 times that at most, because that's what you've got, is 16 individual water levels. No, but no, they all accumulate somehow. I haven't got a clue, but I mean, like, look at the drop in the last 15 to 1600 meters is near 25 mil. It's near an inch. The location of the first one on his model, like, no, these are no joke. This is Ruhif's numbers and the globe model numbers for the drop of the water level. The first one, according to them, drops 0.78 mil, and the last one drops 25 mil. Same 100 meter water level. Two different drops. In fact, all of them have got a different drop number value. It's ridiculous. And Ruhif gave us the numbers. Shocking. Refraction won't come into it at all. Practical. It's like a physics test, isn't it? Physical. This one. Did you never get that? I'm pretty sure I tried to tell people this principle of this test. And it's really strange that you took the idea to tell me that I didn't understand geometry rather than trying to understand the geometry. Really weird.
It all comes down to having 3 points, A, B, and C. So 3 vials of a water level.
Yeah, or A, B,
Your
D.
job.
We didn't really need to put C in there. But I just thought it was good because it's right on the direct path of where the Vesica Pisces lies.
But your assumption, which is a begging the question fallacy,
geometric,
is that 3 water levels, A, B, and C, are on a straight line.
3 water levels? No, it's just one.
3 vials. Three vials, right? So A, B, and C.
Yeah, if you have a water level from A to D, right? Then point B in the centre would lie on that straight line. Yes.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
That's your assumption.
So is it?
That's what you got to try and prove.
Is it higher or lower than?
It'll be higher than that line.
Higher. So from A to D, you say the centre point is higher.
It will be above that line. Yes.
Okay. So if you were to put the water level at B, it would be higher. From A to B, you're saying the water level would rise.
It's not going to change elevation.
Well,
It'll be above the line that was AD.
How is
it's
it
above
higher?
that line. It's above that line, AD.
It's above the line. So you're saying
this, not understand
this geometric proof of the shared radius of a water level. Because this is why I think you have problems with it. Right? You don't realise the unscalability of it, or the scalability of it. That a radius can become a diameter just by drawing another circle. Because you could draw a circle in here as well, couldn't you? You know, like that.
Your whole thing is based on the
that would be the
assumption that
diameter,
A,
but
B,
also
C,
a
the
radius.
3 vials. 3 vials. Your assumption is that 3 vials are in a straight line.
The one water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference. Yes.
No, they don't.
This is a geometric proof. Right, did you hear that as well?
To me, it sounds like he thinks that even though it's 4 vials on the same water level, he treats them as 3 separate water levels. That's what it sounds like to me, even though it's one body of water. He thinks that because you have 3 or 4 vials in this case, they are different water levels. That's what it sounds like to me anyway.
He places them not on the same horizontal plane, right?
That as well, yeah.
That's what, you know, that's the problem. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how he's doing it. Hopefully we'll get somebody to come over and explain to us. Well, I mean, this is still going on. This is my first presentation of this. The shared straight line segment, straight from Euclid, book 11, proposition 1. I'll read it again for you, because I think it's quite really short. And for it to be the first proposition within book 11. One part of a straight line cannot be in a plane and another part without it. So this straight line here from A to B cannot be a straight line and within a plane, a horizontal plane, without B to D also being in that same plane. It's geometry, look. Simple book. I mean,
We're talking about reality.
At this.
That was a decent wine, by the way.
The next one is 2 straight lines which cut one another are in one plane, and 3 straight lines which meet one another are in one plane. 3 co-plane.
All right, I'm going to go feed the dogs, and I'll say it again. Not that you haven't been told this 1,000 times in the last couple of years, Bev. If you have 3 vials of one water level, you are assuming that they are all in a straight line.
Yeah, they're all on the horizontal plane established by the water level. Yeah.
Reality says otherwise. Anyway, I'm going to go feed the dogs.
Sweet.
See you guys tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Ruhit. Right. I will be able to. There's a little bit more extra stuff in that video. I'll put that out.
Reality says otherwise.
Yep.
Can I ask about the 3 vial? He's saying one water level with 3 vials. Like there's A, B, and C with B in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Would B be higher or lower than A?
Well, he said D's always lower, isn't it? At the far end. That's what he said.
That would make, yeah, but the one in the middle, would it be higher or lower? Because
the one in the middle has to be higher.
Yeah, but that's not possible, because if you just go A to B, the B would have to be lower.
That's why I call it positively negative hump.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is drop and at the same time it is hump for them.
Yeah, they want the drop and the hump, and obviously the average would be a horizontal straight line, but they can't have that. It's really strange.
But they got it changed in Wiki to being horizontal at the midpoint. But then you ask if you add a 3rd vial in the middle, it's higher. That doesn't compute.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not even worth contemplating, right? Because you're trying to consider something that you are trying to make yourself a bridge, aren't you? rather than just keep walking. You don't want to be anywhere near a bridge of asses that you've generated because of a model that you're trying to imagine where a problem's generated for other people.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about it. When you go and experience it, and then you come back and you cross it, why go back to reimagine it? Yeah.
Yeah, what this should show is that the geometric proofs were obviously a stumbling block for many people. But the geometric proofs are there. They are what we base all of the engineering drawings, all of the surveying and land drawings, all new plans for housing estates, all of that sort of stuff. It's all based on the principles of this geometry, this straight line, the circles, the right angles. You're not going to get away from it because that's what all of the proofs are based on. Ruhif's running into something that I don't think he even knows where he's going. Just in order to get away from sort of like an obvious geometric proof. It's slightly embarrassing, but I mean, this is Ruhif. Ruhif gave us the numbers. Ruhif's been telling us for a while that we don't understand geometry, when obviously Ruhif isn't in a position to tell anybody what they do and do not understand about geometry. We all probably could do with learning a bit of geometry, a bit more geometry or whatever. If it's people like Ruhif are struggling with it, then it's even more realization to get a grip on it. Understand these proofs and enable yourself to make people talk gibberish about stuff that they don't realize. The only question is the geometric proofs obviously exist. Can you relate those geometric proofs to reality? And when I say can you, that's what I mean. Can you? Not do you think somebody else will? No. Can you work out a way to have a geometric proof? And would it be good enough for you if you saw what you ended up with the geometric proof for? You can lay all of these things out in a straight line. And you can say what the water levels would do in a straight line. You can show what must happen for a geometric proof to happen with a water level if it establishes a horizontal plane, like it says it does. Now, if you do the test and it doesn't do that, if you've got a double nutsack drop to the center, then you'd be able to see it. It would be visually, optically able for you to put a ruler next to these water levels and say, yep, that one's lower than that one over there, and that one's lower than that one over there. Yeah. Double nutsack confirmed. Has anyone got Rumpus? Has anyone seen Rumpus's geometric proof? Yeah, of what he's expecting to find for his water level test. Because I don't think it'd go along with anything like we've got for our geometric test.
I don't think that he is aware of consequences of what he is going to do, because I don't think that he overthink this as you did. So I think that would may occur some surprises during his test for him.
Well, it would be embarrassing if Rumpus were to do a test without showing a geometric proof of the backing of what he thinks is going to happen. It would be slightly embarrassing, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. Because he couldn't understand what's happening here.
I wouldn't be embarrassed at all.
Yeah, I mean, the people that are going to help him, surely they would like to know what it is that they're looking for and what they're going to be proving. Because I would suggest it's a very, very big step for Rumpus to prove a 17-foot drop of the water level. An impossible 17-foot drop of the water level. So anybody put the word out. We are now open for discussing the geometric straight line test and how we'd do it. I mean, we've already done it. I've still got the water level in front of me. It needs to get a clean out, ready for some more stuff. But yeah, 400 meters of water level cost about 80 quid. Hose reel about another 20, about 100 quid for a bog standard 400 meter water level. Because we've got the numbers. Ruhif gave us the numbers that we would end up looking for were it to be a globe. Like he showed, the double nutsack over 400 meters. Well, particularly the 200 meters is 3.1 millimeters, I think, which is definitely measurable. Definitely measurable. Oh, Ruhif's around. Oh, you listening in, Ruhif? He's in the chat.
Seems he is, yes.
Yeah. It drops away. You've got a slope of the water level. Since he does know how rise over run is worked. Got a t-shirt with that on. Don't be teasing Ruhif and upsetting him. We want him to come in. He's the only one that's been brave enough to come and discuss the water level.
Oh, it's a different one. Not the one I was after. Not the t-shirt one. But it is the same. Rise over run. That's how you work out slope. Yeah. Horizontal and a vertical change. Rise over run. And he says there's a slope to the water level. It must have a grade if it drops away from the horizontal, because that's what you call rise over run. It's a slope. If you're at one vial, then every other vial will be below horizontal. Ruhif. He actually wrote that. There's a slope to the water level, everybody.
It would be. It means that it has to be proven.
Did he say would be? No, will be. Yup, if you are at one vial, then every other vial will be below horizontal.
How does he know this? Is this how he thinks, or he's actually done this? Practical.
Slope of the water level.
Water sloping is water flowing.
It's got
Surely
a grade
Ruhif
to it.
knows that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm thinking the model affliction takes them to strange places. Surely everybody else should be having a word with him about that.
But yet it's horizontal at the midpoint.
Yeah.
I follow that.
Oh.
I mean, Buster, of all people, surely you don't understand.
I don't understand that. No.
Yeah, that is the
Yeah,
new
that's what I
definition,
started
isn't
saying.
it? We got that.
You don't understand. Yeah, yeah. I don't. Yeah, you're right. I don't understand how you're saying that.
Just seems contradictory. I don't know.
I think they're telling the truth. You don't understand. There's no way for you to understand this, right? Because what I'm saying is nonsense.
How do you say it slopes away, but then in the next breath say it's horizontal at the midpoint? I don't.
Yeah.
Well, you see, it's horizontal just between 2 points, but then it starts sloping. That's the part you don't understand.
Nuh-uh. Because if you have 2 points, what if you add a third point in the middle? Then those 2 points that you thought were straight aren't straight anymore. Because the
the
third
2
point
end points would be
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Is how do you say it's horizontal at the midpoint if you had a file at the midpoint? I don't
exactly.
I don't know.
So
I know Buster doesn't understand.
I definitely don't.
So rule number 1: don't put point in the middle because it is a curving point.
Well, they haven't gone. I've only heard one person admit to bendy horizontal, but
Rule number 1 is don't do it practically. Just out BS on the internet. That's rule number 1. That's what Ruhif is doing.
This is the bit that Buster was just talking about. This is the new edition. I don't know. Somebody's added a new edition to Wikipedia. Right? They've added this bit in. I think it's to stop people like Ruhif. Like Buster says, it says the water level at each end of the tube will be at the same elevation, whether the two ends are adjacent or far apart. So a line between them will be horizontal at its midpoint. There you go. Ruhif said every point would be below horizontal, but it seems to be horizontal there at the midpoint too, which means that it's that straight line, isn't it? Shared the straight. Isn't that our test? That
yeah.
Wow, it's almost as if somebody's wrote it for us to help us out.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Thank you, Wikipedia rewriters. Seems to definitely go against Ruhif as well. It's not helping them.
No, it's not at all.
You know, there are some jealous people in the world.
Is any device utilizing 2 or more parts of the level? 2 or more, not 1 point. Oh no! 2 or more parts of the level. Surface of liquid water to establish a local horizontal line or plane of reference, of which the midpoint between the two ends is also horizontal. So yeah, thank you. Thanks, Buster. I forgot about that. It's good to have people around reminding us of stuff. Oh, it's finishing early. Look at that. Somebody else started up. So the geometric proof of this shared straight line segment will be really hard work to talk to people about, because it has been for years. People build their own bridges.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Rob. Like I say, I'm still trying to work out how to present this as a geometric proof in a way that it should be kept understandable without going into too much geometric stuff. And I'd still like to be able to do it live, because I think it needs to be done to be shown how easy it is for you to get the concepts of it.
It's Friday tomorrow, right? Free for all. So that means you're free to do a presentation.
Well, yeah, I'm
just
still
putting
trying
it
to
out
work
there.
out how to do it. Yeah.
I think if you're trying to talk specifically to a model afflicted person,
yeah,
then just keep it, like, don't even mention the water level until you've gone through the geometry first with that person.
Yeah, well, ideally, you'd want to be able to go through the 12 first.
True, yeah.
And because it's just establishing, like, that's our definitions, right? Basic concepts.
Yeah, yeah, okay, I see. Yeah,
fundamental
definitely.
facts, and then you can lead into this as a how you
yeah.
build a proof and all of that, you know. So everything needs to come together as a really nice package, I think. Oh, look, we've got some globe surveyor in the chat. You want to come and what do you think of the straight line? Shared straight line segment test. Way to go. Are you with Ruhif in the understanding that a water level establishes, if you're a surveyor, you should be right on this, about old school techniques and water levels and their relation to the horizontal plane.
Because that's the question. What is it you have as your baseline, and how does that relate to a horizontal plane? What does GNS surveying say about water levels? And the horizontal and their relation to the horizontal as well.
To drop or not to drop?
Yeah. I mean, it's okay saying like, oh, this proves this. Well, like, let us know. How does it prove it? Give us the relationship of a horizontal and a water level and let us know. Get the feeling it might just be another fake surveyor. Probably one of the ones that we know. Yeah, that's definitely not a surveyor.
This guy, way to go, fake surveyor.
Mm-hmm.
You think? In YouTube chat?
Yeah,
chat?
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
Level in surveying is a curve. Nice.
You would know that if you studied and used surveying techniques. Well, yeah, I think I may be the only person that actually has done that in these bits. Possibly, I don't know.
Maybe there are some ancient kung fu techniques to do new surveying.
It is. Look who it is. Hey, come on in. Tell us about this. How would this straight line test work with the water levels then, with your imagined globe? And where could we put the GNS stations to do it? And does the GNS do elevation, or just on the X and Y? We do. Nice. Does it do the X and the Y? Does it do elevation as well? How would you do how would you set out a horizontal baseline? I mean, we are only just talking about a straight line test. In reality, is that allowed? I would say.
Would you use a line or would you use a bunch of levels?
A what? Who's that?
That was me. Sorry. Hey, Bev.
Oh, yeah.
I was just saying, would you use a lot, would you use a, you wouldn't use a rope because that would bend. I know that much. You'd use a bunch of levels, right?
You'd use the water level.
Or a steel or a beam everywhere because it's all level.
The water level.
Is that why?
No, you would just use the points, wouldn't you?
Hey, go on. I'm sorry. Yeah, and then you get a straight line. Two straight. I mean, what level would be? What two points and then a straight line to it.
Well, the straight line would be the shortest distance between those 2 points.
right?
Okay.
And you will be wanting to make sure that all of the water levels were on that same straight line.
Yeah.
In order to confirm
I
Euclid.
just came from Blue Marble Science. I just came from Blue Marble Science, right? And they kept telling me that level is curved. Level is curved. They kept telling me the third definition on, for it. And I said, what's the first two definitions? And they just wouldn't say it. They don't like saying horizontal and, uniform and flush, things like that.
Yeah, I know.
But
strange that they tell you that.
They were right enough.
What do you mean?
Huh?
What do you mean they were right enough?
Well, they were right enough. There is a third option, and it pretty much says, what does it say? Let me get the let me get it. Was 3 is
conforming to the curvature liquid parts
what is the third? Here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a vacuous
And
statement.
that I know it's bullshit, but when I figure out how, that's when I'm good to go.
Buster's just told you.
Like, I don't think it's absolutely, I don't think it's actually a lie or anything like that. I know that they're trying to mislead me, and that's what they do. And I can't stop that. So I'm trying to figure out how to circumvent.
Yeah, it's the vacuous truth.
Yeah, I don't know whether
they're using their model to prove their point.
No, it's a vacuous
The definition
truth.
is modeled. Well, it's model dependent. That statement.
No.
Could you define vacuous truth again? I'm sorry.
It's a go on, Buster. I don't know if you're around.
It's an empty statement. It's equating. All right. A vacuous truth, an example of it is if I were to tell you all of the cell phones in the room are on, and if you never went in the room to check, you could just believe it. Or if you went into the room and realized there's no cell phones in the room, it's a vacuous statement. It's empty. Could there be zero curvature? Could it be conforming to zero curvature? It's just an empty statement.
How do I come back to that? Like they go, the level is curved. What do I fucking say? That's a question. I'm sorry for swearing.
You say
you're being ridiculous.
Yeah, you say stop being fucking ridiculous.
You should ask them how did they measure this curvature of the level? How it was measured?
Yeah, I'll give you it now. Here's your rebuttal to it. If you go to entry level 1, if you look in the live chat right now, right? You see that?
Hold on one sec. I'm going to the.
This is the
Alright, I'm in.
There's only one dictionary that gives you that particular definition that they're giving you, right? That says it conforms to the curvature of the yes, right. Now, Merriam-Webster, before you get to that one.
He kept saying, is Merriam-Webster wrong?
Right. Merriam-Webster.
I'm sorry.
Merriam-Webster states before that one that they're getting to, right? Before you get to that one, they state this definition of level, entry 1 of 3. Sorry. So it says, number 3, it says a horizontal condition, especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. That's a water level.
Water seeks its own level even over a curve.
Okay, so how much curvature?
Even over a curve, water seeks its own level. That's beautiful, Bev. Oh.
How much curvature is there in a horizontal condition? Because that's what level conforms to, isn't it? It conforms to the curvature of the liquid
yeah.
parts of the Earth's surface. Now, it says in the same dictionary that the liquid parts of the Earth's surface, i.e. water, has a horizontal condition. So, I mean, you can play silly games with them for as long as you want, but you have to put that bridge there.
Yeah.
With them.
Well, I was out of my depth. I was in Blue Marble, so it was all Globers, and honestly, it was my first time ever doing that. You know, I don't really go to the Globers for information because they don't give me any when I ask them. You know, like, so I don't think they're going to tell me the truth at all.
That is wise, not knowing that they're going to give you the truth. But you would hope that you could question them, right? And get a more clarity about your answers. Because I would advise anyone.
That's what I
go over to Blue Marbles.
That's what I tried doing, and
that's the place, isn't it?
Go ahead.
That's the place, isn't it? Where you go to find out all of the information about the globe.
I can give you the key word for truth over there.
Tell me which Blue Marble he's sending.
Yeah.
Say what now?
If you call Blue Marble a scooter, he'll give you all the truth you need. Scooter is the key word to truth at Blue Marble time.
A scooter?
Scooter. Go try it.
Scooter, SCOOTER.
Yeah, just call Blue Marble a scooter,
One
and he'll
day.
give you all the truth you need.
The guy in the chat has just said, Bev, why are you using dictionary definitions instead of surveying definitions? Way to go. That is because Adam has come in here saying he's just been over at Blue Marble Science's Discord server, Globe Earth Discord server, and Blue Marble was using the Merriam-Webster dictionary definition, so that's why we're talking about it.
It was Blue Marble. It was Blue Marble telling me that. It was I think Tommy something. I'm not really sure of the name, but yeah, he definitely gave me the Merriam-Webster and made sure it was the Merriam-Webster because he kept repeating it. And I'm like, yeah, what's fucking number 1 and 2? What's the first and second definition? He was like, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
It's the third one you want. The first one and the second one. First one and second one are talking about bubble levels, which isn't the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. It's the third one you want, the one that's actually talking about the water level, not the bubble level.
And even that, if you're on a ball, it's still gonna go level. God, I love flat, and I hate liars. Level, but 3D. I remember that part. Sorry.
Yeah, it's not flat, but water level is horizontally. Water level is
insane.
a tool.
No, that's absolutely insane. Flat is crazy. But so is the ball. They keep saying like you shouldn't use the word ball and flying and spinning. And I'm like, what the fuck? What are you thinking is happening? They will throw their globe straight out as long as I'm wrong.
Hey, Adam. Good to see you, man.
Hey, who am I talking to?
You're all grown.
Cleary? What's up?
Up, right?
Hell, he did.
What up, Cleary?
When I first came into Discord, Cleary was like, come into voice chat. And I was like, oh man, I'm not gonna. And he was like, well, call me when you grow up. And I was like, oh, is them fighting words?
Just trying to get you in here. Yeah.
Hey, I'm here now, aren't I?
This is the place to be.
Yeah.
All right, I have a question.
Go on.
Because I mean, I'm not gonna lie. There's more. Theolodites or theolodites or however you say that. They say they measure Earth curvature by using those. I don't really know much about them. But I mean, that could be for another time if you don't think that's something we should talk about right now.
Well, they're just angle measuring devices, right?
What you do with angles?
That's all they do.
To be honest, I don't really know what a theologist is. It's not a new word for me, but it's a new thing that I'm like, all right, well, they say that it's proof or they say it's evidence, so I guess I should start looking at it and finding out how it's fucking flat evidence.
It's not flat.
No, man, you just ask them when a straight line
evidence.
stops being a straight line. Sorry, Bev.
Go on.
I was just gonna say, man, you just ask them when does a straight line stop being a straight line and start curving? Because the water level makes straight lines on horizontal planes. It's ridiculous.
My question, I have asked my question like, hold on one second, a car is passing. But I've asked, how far before horizontals aren't before levels aren't level and plums aren't plumb, like how far on a line before plumb starts to bend in toward each other. And they'll give me pictures and I just don't believe them at all. I don't think at any point in the world so far that I think of somewhere that is level perpendicular to that is going to be plumb. I don't think that they're going to bend into each other over a freaking ball. I just don't. I can't see it.
Well, we just did Euclid tonight and the sort of proof of a shared straight line segment. Doing a bit of geometry.
Well, maybe I gotta go back and watch because I was bringing the girl and the baby to the OB.
Well, it's just about a straight line.
Because I'm here.
Yeah, it's about a straight line and horizontal, and whether you think water drops away from it, which to me sounds like a ridiculous idea.
It's insane. Like globe is fucking sane. Like everything about it requires so much like Santa Claus belief, but then at the same time, flat brings me to some crazy freaking beliefs. If I'm being completely honest,
what?
Like you can't. As far as I know, truth will have an end to this.
Are you encompassing flat into something?
No, it's
into
not
like
flat.
a massive group of something else as well, right? Because we obviously know it's not flat, but when you keep saying that, what are you lumping into that it definitely isn't already?
Well, I mean, okay. If I am am I a gang member or am I a Crip? Like maybe maybe that's a bad choice. Maybe that's a bad example.
Yeah, that was a bad example.
Well, the Crips, gang members, anyway.
Yeah, but I would be a Crip. It'd be something specific, You okay? I can't say level earther because no one will even listen to that.
It's not level earther either.
Yeah.
Like you don't have to jump into some sort of earth club. Earth is just stuff
like
you
I'm in
plant
a
crops
club.
in. I mean, like, what? Why do you want to jump in and go, that's mine?
Honestly, because it's something to defend, and it's something to to learn about and to feel, and it feels true. Even if the word flat isn't the greatest encompassing word for it, but at the same time, we live in a world where you have to have a label, you have to have some sort of category to fit in.
I don't think.
I think.
Just defend your reality.
I don't think you have to defend anything, really.
Trying.
I get what he's saying, though. You have to be an individual.
Yeah, I mean, you can stand up for something,
But I don't think you have to defend something, because you'll end up defending something against a lot of people.
Yeah, I think it brings
Honestly, I'd rather find some freaking ball evidence.
You're never going to find it. I've heard a lot recently. People asking questions, so they want something of somebody else that they already know they're not going to get.
Flat earthers want to be ballers more than ballers want to be ballers.
Well, I'm been watching recently, and I think personally, I think the flat earthers are obsessed with the globe, and the globe earthers are obsessed with flat earthers. I think the flat earthers are jealous of the globe earthers model, and the globe earthers are jealous of the flat earthers' ability to look critically at their model, because the globers can't look at their own model.
I'm jealous.
Yeah.
I mean, they have those things in every store, every book, every classroom.
Yeah.
Bullcrap. Something to be jealous of, actually.
Like when you see the lies, you can't unsee them, and then you change. I mean, you change. I think I'm a little changed. And that means there's a lot of liars. That means there's a lot of liars.
That's what we've been doing recently.
Like
I'm not so sure they are liars.
Yeah.
7 billion of them.
They just don't realize.
What you don't want to do is create a lie for yourself. That's
Where'd you get that number from, Dave?
I made it up. I lied.
All right, thanks.
There you go. Yeah, the last two shows, that's what we've been trying to get at, is you don't want to create a lie for yourself. Yesterday's show was about Bridge of Asses. Today was Euclid and a similar kind of thing around geometry. And what you don't want to do is lie to yourself, right? So most of us here have foregone the desire to try to describe what we used to think of as, this big blue round ball in space. And the natural tendency of humans is to try to replace that with something else. So you say it's flat Earth. Well, you don't know that. Nobody knows that. Nobody has seen the span of the realm that we dwell upon. All we know is the spot that we're in at the moment that we're in it. That's it. That's why DP was right when he said, just live in your reality. Whatever your reality is. Well, what does your reality tell you? Can you go use a water level to create a horizontal plane? And are there straight lines that actually exist in reality? Are there circles that exist in reality? Is there radii and diameters that exist in reality? Well, then if all of that, the answer to those questions are yes, then there definitely ain't no globe. What is the realm that we dwell upon? Who the hell knows? But it sure as hell ain't what those people are peddling. It's not that. That's for sure. Just don't get yourself.
Someone told me today, because I had been. Oh no! I'm past that. I don't know everything, and what I do know is against a lot of things, and that's reality for me. But at the same time, that's normal for me. I was talking to some Globers about the Astro Lab, and I think it might have. I don't think it was this chat. I think it was the FED chat on Discord, and someone gave me a meme, and the meme was like, oh, flat earthers love to claim this, okay, but what they don't understand is it's made from a globe. And I said, okay, so this flat model that's perfect is made from a globe that's already made from flat measurements. Okay.
Can I give you
level
some?
measurements.
Can I give you some constructive criticism? I'm gonna.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it sounds like you talk to too many Globers about globes. Life is short, man. Reality is right on you, so go live it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Get busy living it. Make sense?
Okay. What do I do now? Yeah.
Go enjoy yourself, bro.
Yeah.
This is called freedom. You never knew what freedom was until you
I am
discovered the
enjoying
truth.
myself.
Yeah, well, there you. Well, I mean, you know, if you enjoy yourself talking to Globers, that's one thing, but make sure you're doing that. It doesn't sound like that to me. That was the constructive criticism.
Yeah, yeah.
Sounds like you're all balled up.
Sounds like you're
Mostly
getting
I enjoy
confused by
talking
them. To me.
You're all balled up.
Yeah.
It's easy, man.
You're taking on their bridges, right? They're trolls. They can't get over certain places, and they want you to stay there with them.
Sounds like something else to me, but I'll reserve judgment for a later date.
You're Canadian.
Where you going, SD?
Don't worry about SC. He doesn't mean anything.
What is it, SD? Talk to me. Talk to me.
He's stuck
Offend
up north.
me. It's okay.
Brain is whack, man. He's up north in the cold all the time. Okay? He's stuck on that one letter, and, you know, you can't.
Okay.
He's good, though. He'll be all right.
Don't mind me.
Speaking of talking to Globers.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind talking to some of them. If there are any globe geometers out there, you know.
Rufus.
Yeah, did you happen to hear any of them over at Blue Marbles? Who would you say is the best globe geometer they have?
Oh my! Don't ask me to judge Glovers. That's fucking. Ugh. It's like asking what my favorite reality TV show is. Like what? No.
Well, which is the best one? Which is the one that's give you the most information?
Right now, he had, I think, Rumpus. I think that's who he had. None. To be completely honest, none. I have not learned a thing really outside of maybe that the compass points south past the equator thanks to Phil. But, you know, whatever Phil says is that's so hard to take.
Does the other end still point north?
Compass points south toward when you're in past the. What? He didn't really tell you that, did he?
Is that wrong? I didn't know.
It sounds
Is that fucking wrong? Jesus Christ.
You know, anywhere the compass points north, right? When that points north, the other one points south. So how do you know which one's pointing which way? They're both doing the same thing, aren't they?
I figured it was just whichever magnet would be strongest. And then I started thinking to myself, like, okay, what is the magnetic North Pole, right? And then I started thinking maybe it's Polaris, right? And then Polaris, if it's on that, and then I started thinking about the Astrolab, the AEM map, and all that good stuff. And I'm like, okay, well, if Polaris is the North Pole, what is the South Pole? And I'm still confused. But then at the same time, if it's magnite or magmite or whatever at the at the core. What if it's a plane? What if it's a magmite plane? Huh?
Magnet Mountain normally is for the.
You think below your feet is the magnetic part, but the needle points north? Yeah, good luck with that one.
I think if Spot On was here, he would say another bit of constructive criticism. You need to calm your mind. It sounds to me like you're trying to solve all problems in one go, and that'll never happen.
Yeah, I try to group as much stuff as I can and into as small a package as I can, so that it makes as much sense to me, and then I can make as much sense to other people as possible. And that's what in anything I ask, that's what I'm trying to do.
It leads to fog, though. It leads to subject confusion and crossovers. And if you pick one thing and just concentrate on that. I mean, for me, it was the geometry. And the combination of the geometry and the hydrostatics, everything else. Because I was in a state of confusion like you. I was looking at everything and getting confused and bogged down, and people were saying this and that person was saying that, and the geometry sorted it out. You can't argue against it. You cannot.
Level is at MF. Yeah. Who's talking, by the way?
It's 15.
Well, thank you.
No worries. No, I say the geometry showed me the way.
Is the conversation here a little bit different than it was at Blue?
Oh, bad connection.
God almighty. It was so weird. It was so scatterbrained, and it was all about us. Us. It was all about, how Globers are so stupid this way, so Globers are so stupid that way. So I asked them questions, and I kept getting they gave me that Merriam-Webster thing, and they said things like theolites, and then they were like, okay, well, what is your measurements and shit like that. They did give me a fucking straight answer. That's all I'm asking for from a Glober. And they didn't give me that there, definitely. And the show was a good show. I mean, if I'm being honest.
No, we're still backing.
But
I mean, is there a better place?
William.
Is there a better place for you to go and find out about the globe? Because that's what it's there for, right? That's what you went there for. Blue Marble Sciences,
I've never been to
go
Blues.
and find
I figured,
out.
you know what?
Go on.
I'd never been there. I was just trying.
Yeah. But you went there to find out some information about the globe. Right? Did you?
I went for the alternative to what I think is the truth. Give me something from I want something from them that is as easily duh and fucking as level Earth has been for me.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, I mean that you're every right. It's Blue Marble Sciences Discord, Globe Earth Discord channel, adult Globe Earth Discord channel. You would expect some answers from them. I'd advise anybody, if you're after going anywhere to go and find out about the globe, as far as I know, Blue Marble Sciences Discord channel is the place to go. It's got all of the globe experts. They know all about the globe. They have all of the globe proofs. They can't talk to us about them. So, I mean, if anybody else wants to go over there and find them, well, I'd be happy to see any
I blocked 3 today from that place.
Blocked?
Yeah, I blocked a few because they were bad people to me. You're gonna ask me like questions, like not. I don't mind being asked questions. What I don't like is when I ask you a simple question and you give me a leading answer to get me to be like, what? Fuck it. I'll take screenshots next time.
That's really weird, that, because they normally give you full answers and everything, as far as I've seen. people go over there to Blue Marble Sciences Globe Earth Discord server.
On the chat, I wasn't on Discord. I was on YouTube chat.
Oh, just in the YouTube.
I was on the YouTube chat, not the Discord. I guess Discord really is kind of like growing up a little bit.
Giving you the password, so next time you feel the need to go over there and get answers, just remember.
Yeah.
Write it down if you have to.
You want to give it again?
Scooter.
How far does a straight line before it curves, or is that what it is?
Yeah, but you gotta give them the password first. Scooter. Before any question, you gotta get Blue. Make sure you direct it towards him
Scooter.
so you can get all the truth that they're gonna give you all at once.
Term of endearment, right? Just like to be your friendly.
Yeah, he'll.
I asked Blue which no, go ahead.
Uh-oh.
You like, yeah, you can get all that.
Ooh.
Scooter, I got it.
It's gone.
Anyway, I asked Blue Marble. I asked him straight up. I said, what Blue Marble are you defending? Which model and which year, which country? Because every one that I see is very different. Just little things like that. I don't know. Things I want to know,
Well, see how many times you can ask the question.
Before I get an answer.
Yeah. What you're best off finding is if finding a question that you would really like being answered, because asking about the blue marble is a bit of a, yeah, you're not going to get anywhere with that. Try and pick a question that you think would be easily answered by somebody from the globe. And see how long it takes before you
how much easier can I get than I was just saying, how much easier can I get than, where is level not level and plumb not plumb?
Well, that goes against the law of non-contradiction, right? So you're asking somebody for something that is against the law of non-contradiction. I mean, you do sound like that's a bad question. You sound like the crazy one if you ask that. Where is something
okay, in
not
my head,
what it is?
In my head, it goes, okay. Exactly, like, where is the curve in completely parallel levels?
You can't.
And they say no, what does that matter? They say, what does that matter? And I say it matters because, you get the same angle to the stars when you're traveling in the sky as you do on the water.
Well, you've just said parallel there.
That's
straight
about the
lines to
celestial
start
navigation.
off with. There's no curve.
Jumble in my head now.
You've done angles. There's no curve there either. They're straight lines.
Yeah.
They're very easy to
guess,
answer these questions that you've got. It's just that
there's no
globe.
You have to cross a bridge.
You have to cross lots of bridges.
Today. Yeah.
See, what I'd say is...
I said to... I didn't say to Nathan.
Go on.
Go ahead.
Well, I'd say that you're at the beginning of this, and you're
I was just
giving authority to people. If you go over to Blue Marbles to try and expect to get some answers or something, you're the only one that can give you yourself the answers. It's just how well you do your research.
Yeah.
And it seems like going over to Blue Marbles is putting you back a few steps. It's not.
I wouldn't say I'm back. A few steps. I would just say that I'm a little bit disturbed. A little bit. No, I'm ruffled. I'm a little bit ruffled. You know, I'm all right. I'm all right.
How many times do you think you would need to go to Marble Science to get answers before you realise you're not getting any answers?
I mean, I kind of realized today that if I ever go back there, it's probably going to be as a troll, and I don't know if I could do that. So I don't know if I'll be back.
Well, there's no need to turn into a troll just because Blue Marble. I mean,
It is like vampires, isn't it? Like, oh my god, I'm a troll now.
Hey, quit fucking robot, and I'm trying to understand the goddamn thing you're saying.
Me?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Leave
Fuck
the
you,
chat.
Turnip.
Come back in.
Fuck
Maybe
you,
it's your
Turnip.
connection. Fuck you, Clary.
All right,
Shut up.
I'll
I'm
do
trying to
that.
fucking rectify something.
wow. The YouTube text chat troll that we've got is looking for the the name of the new guy that's talking. He might want to mark you down as a in the little book that they have. Come on in.
Huh?
You say something.
Me? Hi, how are you today?
Man, you got some shitty ass Wi-Fi.
Sounds all right, that. To
Yeah.
me, turn up.
I have a satellite internet.
Well,
Well,
maybe not.
Yeah. See, yeah. I'll leave and come back in, but I told you so.
There's usually a really nice guy.
All right. Am I still roboting?
A bit. It's the sort of things we have to deal with.
All right. I will.
There you go. I found the.
I'm sorry.
He goes.
Hey, you running, brother?
I think you should.
Oh, I think everybody's going a bit weird tonight.
Well, I didn't do shit. The fuck you doing? He's back. What the fuck you talking about?
Yeah.
Adam, tell him I didn't scare you off. Don't you fucking make me a liar.
Blame it on LC.
Tell him that I didn't scare you off. Or did I?
Who?
Yeah, see, guys? Fuck you.
I told him your girlfriend was a zombie. I think he's.
Am I still roboting?
Nah, man, you're good.
Cool.
So I mean, I would like to go over to Blue Marble Sciences and present this, because I think there's a couple of globe geometers over there, and I'd like to see how well they like the idea of a straight line shared straight line segment test in reality to see whether they'd like to go with it and see how well it'd work. I mean, there's nothing wrong with putting a few water levels together to see how a geometric test to replicate Euclidean geometry in reality. I mean, there's not wrong with that, is there? Anybody else see anything wrong with that?
I think it's a damn fine idea.
I can't see why anybody would have a problem with anybody else doing something like that. Just a nice, simple little test to do practical geometry.
You're gonna do a test? Does that mean that when you do your test, I can just have all of your information so I don't have to do the test?
Well, you can watch us do it again.
Yeah, I know, but I don't want to have to do anything. I just want the knowledge.
I'm not too sure whether you could do that. You could try, I suppose. You could tell everybody that you did it.
Come on! I don't want to work for my knowledge. Oh, fuck. How do you get smart? By not doing shit. Nope. That's the wrong answer. By stealing other people's answers? No, because they could be wrong. Do it yourself. Ding, 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 ding.
Anytime you want to come in and have a chat, way to go about geometry, the bit that you're confused about, I'll run you through a geometric test, see how well you think it works. Seeing if you've done some surveying with GNSS surveying techniques. Nice. And that goes for any of the other globe geometers. You know, some of the best ones, the top ones. We've had, who've we had in here? Starkodder. He's been in here all the time. Starkodder, if you want to come over the straight line test, and we'll work out what would happen in reality and what would happen on the globe model. I'd like to see some globe model proponents just to see what that they think would happen with the water levels in.
I mean, at this point in the game, do we even really need to add the word model on the end of globe? I mean, we already know it's a model. Just call it a globe.
No, I still think you need to point it out. It needs to be said afterwards, specifically.
All right.
Just to let everybody know. So it is only a model. Conceptual. Mind model.
Well, I mean, I can't because it's not Monday. I was going to say, I'm afflicted, but I can't because it's not Monday.
The guy's trying to advocate GNSS surveying. It's the best way to do nowadays. Nowadays.
What about before? What they do before?
It's my lad's birthday in about 2 minutes. Becomes an adult.
Spades?
Yeah.
Oh, good young man. What?
Yeah.
Oh, he's what, 14?
No,
15.
no. He's 16.
Oh, he's 16.
He's
Big
16.
one.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Finished school today with his last exams. And he's staying up late.
Congratulations. Big day, big day. Congrats.
Stuff to do.
Yeah. It's big day tomorrow. And then we can, we'll go and get him.
I was actually talking about your kid today at work.
Yeah. Happy birthday. Yeah, he's not keen on birthdays and shit. Imagine being a 16-year-old and not being bothered about it.
I was that same way. Hated when people fucking bought me my fucking presents. It's like, but why? Today's, you know, I'm not born today, right? I was born once.
Yeah. It's always like a present, like an award prize for staying alive for another year. Well
One
done.
more. Here you go.
Well did. Well done. You're still here.
Yeah, you're not dead. You do a little bit of no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I'm being serious now about the globe. Is anybody really that wants to come and work over this geometric proof? I know the Globers can't do it because they are really upset about Euclidean geometry. Doesn't support their model, and they don't like it.
Well, that's only because their model dictates. Your model is just like my prime minister in Canada, dictator.
Yeah. Tells you some really silly stuff, and you have to go with it. I can't.
Or take the tater off the end and just a dick. I mean, it's already a ball. You already know they're all about the balls and shaft. Fuck. Can't get away from that shit.
I don't want to get away from the Bridge of Asses as well and the geometry, because I know we do have a globe surveying defender. Obviously not, but he's been well practiced in the art of pretending to be a surveyor and triggering people about it. But I'm wondering whether it works with the fifth proposition, how well the Bridge of Asses works. Whether they've actually worked it out, whether you've done any geometric understanding. Geometry supports the globe. That's ridiculous. You should know that. So fake. Come and have a chat. Tell us how geometry supports the globe. What a fucking ridiculous statement.
You know what the Globers remind me of? I don't know if you've ever fucking seen this video, but I laughed for fucking days at this fucking video, and it's serious. It's literally what they're like. So this chick is watching this dude, and he's got this little box, and he's got shapes on the box, and he's gonna start putting shapes in the correct fucking spot for the shape. He goes, okay, this is a cylinder. And what do you think spot this goes in? And the chick's like, oh, obviously the circle. He's like, that's right. It goes in the square hole. And every single one after this fucking first shape, every single one went in the square hole. It didn't matter which one, which shape it was. And every time the wrong shape went into the square hole, she fucking lost her mind. That's literally what they're doing. They're losing their mind because you're not putting the right shape in the right hole. This is a triangle. That's right. It goes in the square hole.
Come and tell us about it, way to go. It is absolutely ridiculous. and your claims cannot be substantiated. That's the reason you're not going to come in here and explain it. There's no proof of that ridiculous model. Only paralogisms. That's all you've got. Wouldn't surprise me if we know who this is. Because anybody see the comments?
I was just getting ready to say it's got to be a sock account of somebody that's like, you know, Larry or Jeff or somebody. It's always the same.
Yeah, you guys attack and insult, yet have no measurements to back your claim.
When you shit your pants, it was FTFE.
It's geometric proofs. That's all. No measurements, just geometric proofs. In reality. Come and have a chat about it. We'll talk over them. Uh-oh. Back to repeating stuff again. It must be bad. I think we know who this is. I think we do. What was that picture that I posted earlier as well? Who was that? Was something about somebody proving something, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, I think I know who it is too. He's obsessed with angles.
Is it Ed Freeze?
No.
Is it Freeze Ed?
I don't think so. Could be. Could be.
I actually don't know, so I'm just about to throw names out there. Hey, what's that name I'm not supposed to say?
I really got to get your work schedule, man.
Hey, just so you know, Ricky, I work 8
Zero.
o'clock to 4:30. So you know.
I would like to ask, way to go. When you said the geometry has been written about, what exactly do you mean? Because, yeah, geometry has been written about. It's all mainly about straight lines. Pythagoras, triangles with 180 degrees. That's not the globe model. Aristotle worked out. But way to go can't work it out. Demonstrate it. Just the shadow giants. How's that sound? Does that sound okay for me? Adam says I'm roboting. What's it sound like on YouTube? Yeah. Okay, well. That's 12. Let me, what day is it? It's Friday tomorrow. Friday today. My son's birthday. I'll be out for most of the day, but hopefully I'll be back in for the Free For All Friday.
Tell him happy birthday, Beth.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, he will. So thanks for joining us tonight. This has been a Bridge of Asses 2-dayer. No doubt.
Thanks for having us.
Now's the time when everybody just forgets about this and nobody wants to talk about it. because it's an inconvenient truth. It's also a bit hard to talk to somebody about the Bridge of Asses if you know that just about everybody you talk to is going to be one of the asses, one of the inexperienced people. I don't know whether there's some sort of way to work it into a conversation. But I would say so, because every person that you tell about the Bridge of Asses is one person that's a little bit wiser about it, that may not end up as one of the asses. Could be forewarned. People wrote books about geometry, Bev, and they wrote about the geometry of the earth. Geo is earth. Fucking hell, how bad's this? The geometry of the earth. That's got to be somebody. Who's that, do you reckon? Somebody obsessed with the model, pretending to be a surveyor.
WS, maybe?
Rather embarrassingly, yeah. I mean, is that you, Doofus? Jeff? WS?
Doofus, yeah.
Any
Star Carter, maybe? Star Carter?
Yeah. Come on in. Come and have a chat about geometry and what you think it is, even. But come well prepared with methods and stuff like that. And I'm free for a chat with anyone. Come for a chat, way to go. Either tomorrow or maybe we're going to cut off in a bit. So click the link, come on in. It's going to be coming. Hopefully the more people we get a chance to talk to this about and iron out any problems that anybody has, the better we'll get at being able to present it. Well, come in here and tell us the principles behind it and how you use it. How you would establish a horizontal line, what that horizontal line relationship has with the water level, what the difference is between the two, if there is any, whether you still employ the quadratic function to it or whether you've just done away with horizontals altogether. Who knows? I don't know. I haven't got a clue how globe surveying's done nowadays. There's a lot of people in here that could help. You could answer a lot of questions if you just let us know how the modern day globe surveyor manages to employ techniques that completely fucking shit in the face of all of the old traditional stuff. Come on in and let us know. We're all open for that. And come and join us tomorrow. Yeah, come and join us tomorrow. We will obviously be having a chat. I'd like to keep this going, the conversation about the idea of trolls and where you are and who's getting stumped by problems and who isn't, who can answer questions, who can't. Hopefully we might have a bit of a globe surveyor around to come and anyway, thanks for coming. Euclid, Bridges of Asses and Bridges of the Globe Model Defenders. Okay, thanks a lot. Join us tomorrow.
Thanks, Bev.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.